Alright, hello everyone, and welcome to, well, I'm calling it the finale of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We technically will still have one more stream after this, but today is the main finale, the big one. We are finishing Case 5, and hopefully every question will be answered and there definitely won't be anything left up in the air for like a cliffhanger of some sort for Game 3. I don't know, actually. You know, maybe this game does just resolve itself perfectly. You never know. Maybe somehow everything will be tied together. It is Case 5 after all. We're gonna get like a huge plot dump. It hasn't happened yet. And this is like a plot dump that's been 2 games in the making, not even just like a single set of cases, but we're talking like 10 whole cases here. It all comes down to this. Looking forward to it.
Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization legally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion, that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
I sure hope you will. And I sure hope you're also not somehow at the middle of this whole plot, because I feel like you're still super suspicious. Like, this guy just reeks of guilty. He's doing a good job covering it up, though.
Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end.
But who knows, maybe it's like the greatest red herring in this whole series is just Strongheart not actually being the villain. Resolve, yes, that's my intention.
My lord, if I may inquire, the defendant may speak.
On what grounds is Kazuma Asogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this 1 day. Kazuma, whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper.
Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into a very dangerous territory. Is that really even Kazuma Ama standing before us? What if he is an imposter?
As an extreme exception to normal practices, I've granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume.
I mean, who else would you rather be facing off here? It would be an unknown third party. Yes, my lord.
In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Baroque Van Zieks.
Defense is ready, my lord.
The prosecution is more than ready.
I half expect there to just, like, be a jury showing up. Like, it's weird. It feels weird to me that we wouldn't get any sort of judiciary face-off in the finale of this game. Somehow. Like, I don't know what kind of plot contrivance they would need to pull that shit, considering what they've established for this case. But I still feel like something to that nature is going to happen.
Very well then. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asogi, begin.
As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls upon the calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seishiro Jigoku into the courtroom. Oh yeah, that's right. We did have to... We found him because we had to subpoena him into court. At last then, we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve, because this is going to test it to the limit. And he looks fucking pumped to be here. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. So it was you that issued this, was it? You subpoena? I did what was necessary. Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think the day would come when you would take that tone with me, I must say.
The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked.
My name is Seishiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as the presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. That's kind of suspicious.
I am of course fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty.
Judge Jigoku, I must ask.
Well, I never. And see the young murdering student turning up here of all places.
You acquitted me yourself. And now, I'm a practicing defense lawyer.
Yes, full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see.
You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France.
Took flight? I have to object to that turn of phrase.
Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances?
Well, I wasn't somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say. I decline to comment.
What?
Leaving the country prematurely when I was invited guest may be questionable etiquette, but my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It is as simple as that.
So you'd run from all this?
I beg your pardon?
This case is far more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now.
A year ago in Japan, the murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right. And you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Seishiro Jigoku is involved in this case? Oh, great. I have to try and remember this. Let's see, that's from Miko Toba, so I don't think that's relevant. I think we used that last time anyways. Oh god, I forgot how much evidence we actually have here. Last one, testament of Genshin Asoki. Was there anything in here? No. Proof you have that Seishiro Jigoku is involved in this case. I can't remember what we had from last time. Was it this? Oh, this. A notice about practice evacuation to be carried out by the crew of SS Grouse night before his ship arrived in Dover is found Judge Goku's. Oh no, here. This, yeah. Record found as indicated, duplicate follows. And it was found in his office. That's how he's involved. Has to be this. This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names. K. Asogi, A. Sheen, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. Uh-oh, he looks kind of pissed.
You little... Where did you get that?
In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku.
What? How on earth did you...
What's this all about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Asogi and A. Sheen are the names of assassins. No. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett, but her real name was Asa Sheen, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. A. Sheen and her victim J. Wilson. And the murderer that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson. K. Asogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other.
What exactly is the defense suggesting?
These 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange, and the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill.
What?
The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. What was Kazuma Dad's name? Fuck, I forget. Is it in the court record? This seems pretty pertinent to this case. Was he in the court record somehow? No, I don't think he is. I forget his first name. Maybe it's in the evidence somewhere. I don't remember what his first name was. What was Kazuma's dad? Oh, I see what you're getting at here. Oh, okay, well let's check this evidence at least. K. Asogi. Do we know his dad's name? Actually, that's a good question. I didn't think of that before, but yeah, I don't... Did we hear his name? Maybe that's why we haven't heard his name yet. Because what if this is a bait and switch? It wouldn't be the first time. We've seen that before. In other words, the mastermind Japan was you. Judge Jigoku, what's this all about? And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you had accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Durnosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name on the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Seishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. You deliberately avoided saying a name?
The defense claims that these 4 names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself?
His silence only goes to prove his guilt. I don't know about that. There's another very important point in this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse. Judge Goku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. All we heard was the professor. Yeah, good point then. So, I mean, I think that pretty much confirms that Kazuma didn't do it. His dad probably was in charge of that. But this is the only problem with that theory, as good as it is, because Ace Attorney's done it before, is his dad died 10 years ago, and this telegram is pretty recent. Like, I would imagine this telegram was sent out in the last year.
There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then. As a parting gift to you all, I will tell you about everything I know. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of the 31st of October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord.
Is he gonna die in the sand? Oh, can you imagine he just pops a cyanide pill while he's like mid cross-examination? That'd be fucking funny.
It is true that Kazuma Asogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so I clearly can't be involved.
Who said it was a gunshot, though? Oh yeah, I guess T. Gregson was killed with a gun. Okay. What if he wasn't killed with a gun and then he was shot later? So you admitted then, as this communication suggests, there really was an assassination exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan.
A political endeavor at the highest levels. Not something I can discuss here.
Even in this closed court? Oof. To use such a worthy practice as a foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard.
Appalling? Well, it is easy to judge.
Pardon?
Asogi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know.
What?
Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel?
Kazuma-sama? Judge Goku, if you're the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain.
I am not obliged to divulge that information. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he had been shot in the cabin, it is inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London in the room on Frenslow Street. And the perpetrator of this crime was the Reaper, Baroque Van Zeeks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. Think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such a Machiavellian dealings. Clearly, it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything.
I wonder if we know this person that's on the British side by chance. Nah, unlikely.
Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot.
We sure?
We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel?
Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. So what we're probably going to try and do then is just kind of sneak it in there. Make it connected.
Hold it!
A year ago, when Kazuma was still in Japan then.
Correct. It was at the examination center for applicants for the study tour that I approached him.
I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me forthright if I'd considered traveling to Britain on an assassination mission. Surely not.
Well, I thought it was a joke at first, of course.
But then... it was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour. So you agreed to it? Just for that? I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but... assassination?
The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time. An agreement to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship.
Yeah, by going and murdering each other's citizens, okay.
But behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions. I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart.
Why? Why did you expose the plot there and then?
Britain acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings. I advise you not to make spurious allegations, Foreign Minister Jigoku. As a witness, I am bound to tell you the truth, my lord. Anyway, I picked Asogi and explained the details of the plan to him.
Kinda getting yourself in a bit of a catch-22 here, eh? You want him to tell the truth because he's on the stand, but by doing so, you might just accidentally incriminate yourself. Why Kazuma? Why did you pick him as the assassin?
He was the most capable of all of the applicants, and in addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, I was more than a desire. It was his whole purpose in life.
Yes, as his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer. It was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain. And of course we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Asogi. Oh right, there we go, there's his name. It's not a K, sorry to say. I knew we heard it before, I just couldn't remember it. It's definitely not a K. Now, if this was... No, you can't even do that. You can't even pull that in Japanese, unfortunately. Nah, his name's just completely different. G is not K. No matter how you slice it.
There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin, or betraying people's trust. Well, you certainly did a fine job of betraying mine, Asogi.
But why was Inspector Gregson the target?
I have no idea. Though those were the orders from Britain, I was in no position to question them.
You have no idea? Really? I find that hard to believe.
Oh, do you?
Shichigoku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time?
The defense really ought to catch up.
With what?
With the fact that the assassination exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here.
Except he was literally part of an assassination plot. Ah, no, it's fine. He's not connected at all.
Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting Asogi.
both victims were British? Oh yeah, true, they were. Yeah, then why did they do this whole thing? That just seems so convoluted. Both victims were British, so that means then that both victims must have had a really good reason that they wanted them dead. Because this wasn't just a case of like, hey, wouldn't it be funny if we just like, you know, you sent us an assassin, we sent you an assassin, we just like killed, you know, each other's citizens? It'd be kind of funny, wouldn't it? Nah. This was a Japanese man going off to kill a British man, and a Japanese woman, or a British woman, going off to kill another British man. So there had to be good reason for both.
Hold it!
That makes this extra curious. That's a cool thing to point out there. It wasn't even just like a case of like, you know, killing each other's citizens. It was like, no, they're both British. I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Kazuma's passage to Britain in January? The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship.
Word arrived at the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I placed on the ship to accompany the assassin.
Obviously, Kazuma didn't actually die at all, but he did lose his memory, including all details about his special mission.
Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point? That wasn't possible, simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as a Soge's replacement. And there was no way to stop him from reaching Britain. My hands were completely tied.
I wonder if Sholmes knew something about this plot, because like he explained everything over dinner just before today's stream, but I wonder if that was part of the reason he was so adamant on getting Ryunosuke to take over for him, to stop the assassin. So Mr. Sholmes' strategy worked perfectly. He predicted everything that would happen. Yeah, I guess he did. I couldn't remember if he actually explained that. I thought he didn't, though.
Months later, my memory returned, but I never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway.
So, you were playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it?
I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than of taking someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had to in order to get myself here to Britain.
This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court should be concerned about in the testimony given by this witness are details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder.
I don't think we've gone across that line there, Strongheart. Don't worry.
In the Dutta case, as I've already made myself perfectly clear, I had no connection to this man or his death. And you have some means of substantiating this plea?
Hold it!
Outside your cabin in the first class area of the SS Gross, you mean?
Yes, that's right, though. Not the reason because there was a murder of a student passenger earlier in the year, I imagine. The liner operators have taken to posting a crewman outside every first-class cabin door.
I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself.
What do you mean?
Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night. I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin.
At that particular time, of course, I'd gone to the ship's dining room for dinner.
The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we waited for Judge Jigoku's return.
I suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper. He was intending to take the witness's life.
Exactly. As I've said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone.
So the crewman let 2 potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding? Not the most convincing sentries, really.
In truth, those were my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while, and then I left him there and made my way off to the ship alone. Was the guard still at the door when you went? Yes. He glared at me as I walked past.
You see? That proves it.
Hold it!
The crewman who was standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean?
That's right. A muscular man with a permanent grim expression on his face. He didn't move once from that spot. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. But as it happens, he's a vital witness now.
There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot, and it's inconceivable that a crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that.
But wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engines? Noise of them could have drowned out the sound of the gun being fired.
Sadly, young judicial assistant, that won't wash. You will recall that my cabin was in the first class area of the ship, which is also, of course, the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment, though, that it's anything like steerage where the judicial assistants go.
I didn't mean... But a hole like that made a bullet was found in your cabin, Judge Jigoku. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there.
What's that? A bullet hole?
Oh, yes. You're talking about what the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume. That was obviously a rotten panel eaten out by a woodworm. No doubt he didn't find an actual bullet, though.
That's the hole in this argument.
Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me. But obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question, as the defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot, and would have never made it to Britain in the first place. Very true. The witness's logic is sound. Since no gunshot was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question, we must assume that the witness is telling the truth. I'm glad you've seen sense, my lord.
I know Kazuma has already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot, but even so, hearing it confirmed by somebody else is still a real shock. It's unforgivable, using Kazuma-sama's feelings to manipulate him into agreeing to such a despicable plan. But I think Kazuma manipulated Judge Jigoku too. He completely double-crossed him. Oh dear, it's hard not to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Kazuma-sama's part. One way or another though, Gregson ended up dead. Really think that the murder must have happened aboard that steamship. So you mean Judge Jigoku must be lying? I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment, but you must destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo. So Greg wanted to kill the Jigoku and Kazuma was supposed to kill Gregson. Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. I don't know, I don't think we quite know why Gregson wanted to kill Jigoku, but I'm imagining it's because he found out that Jigoku was involved in this whole assassination thing. Okay, so I'm guessing the obvious thing here is that we need to prove that it was a gunshot and not a woodworm, like he seems to be so adamant. Not really sure if we can. Is the only problem. Like, is there anything else here that even feels like something we could present on? To Kazuma Sogi was assigned the assassination mission. Target was Gregson. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. The only other thing I could see here being relevant is like something about the crew member, but maybe following departure from the port of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. in order to review evacuation procedures. Drill will take 20 minutes. Crew to resume duties as soon as the drill is over. Do we know what time he was killed at? No, right? Because it said time was indeterminate. could we perhaps say that maybe there was no guard at the door if this drill was going on at the time? Wait, is that the gap? What gap? What do you mean? Could have been during the 20s? Yeah.
Objection.
Has to be this. It's the only, like, plausible way we could get the guard away to perform a murder. Yes, as the court heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st.
Where did you get that?
It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember.
Herlock of Sholmes again.
According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk, at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill.
All crewmen were away from their posts.
And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime. Well, that's where we're going with this. The classic, blame it on the witness.
A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin.
Okay, so we're just taking that at face value? Is that what's going on here?
Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false, your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true. Well, counsel?
Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. Certain of it. Because the defense has evidence to prove it.
You will present evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Judge Goku's cabin on the 31st of October?
Ah. Is it... I guess we can't really prove... Okay, we found the passport in here. So we know he was, we know he was on the ship. He would have had this case with him. I don't think that's really decisive enough to say, well, we can prove that he died there because he used this box to defend himself. There was a fight, there was an attack. It seems likely, but that doesn't feel definitive enough to me. Yeah, the gunshot hole, but we don't have the gunshot hole. Do we? We don't have evidence of the gunshot hole. We just know it exists. Unless we're supposed to present the gun. I guess. But that doesn't prove that the gun was fired on the ship, does it? That seems a little dubious. It seems the most likely, to some extent. Although this is just going to further incriminate Kazuma, right? Small sheet part that Mr. Sholmes found judge. Oh, wait, it's this. Oh, wait, hang on. Doesn't that go with the gun? Maybe? Is there somewhere on the gun something like that would fit? Because we never figured out what this hook was for. What if that's part of it? This is a type of revolver that's standard issue for members of the judiciary, right? Yes, and when I was asked about what other records are kept about who they're issued to, I was told that for the past 5 years they've been engraved with a unique serial number. Oh, but as far as I can tell, there's nothing like that on this gun. Which tells us that it must have been issued longer ago than that. Doesn't tell us about the hook, though. I want to investigate this little doohickey. I don't know if we ever did that. See these things all over the place, don't you? It's the part on the top of a pocket watch you twist to set the time, isn't it? It's called the crown, I believe. The watch would be quite useless without one. The crown? Like what sits on top of a monarch's head? That's a very grand name for such a tiny part. But actually... Yes, Mr. Naruhodo? If this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head. If by monarch you mean pocket watch, I'm quite sure you have. Should we put the two together? I have a feeling we have to solve a puzzle here before we can present anything. What do you think, Mr. Sato? I feel sure I know exactly what will fit here. Really? I was just thinking precisely the same thing. We're about to see that the little round component is actually part of Inspector Gregson's broken pocket watch. Really? I was just thinking precisely that too. Yeah, here we go. We're gonna use this to be like, oh look, he was attacked and killed because this was found in the ship. A perfect fit. I knew it. Alright, perhaps you knew it. I'll make a note of this new information at once. Small machine part that Mr. Sholmes found in Judge Jigoku's cabin on SS Kraus. It's now clear that's missing crown of Inspector Gregson's pocket watch. So then, okay, in that case, what the fuck was this for? Because this was being used to wind the watch, but like, oh no, that's to set the time. This was to wind it up, right? Okay, right. The crown is to set the time. It's not clear. Missing crown of Inspector. Yeah, okay.
Take that!
Judge Goku, this was found in your cabin yesterday.
What is that? The crown of a pocket watch? A pocket watch?
And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part.
It can't be.
Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. In the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku.
Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer?
Still calling him a murderer.
Objection!
That's a bit of a weird joke there, considering he was acquitted, you know, a year ago.
Expertly maneuvered, Vizionosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way.
I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year.
Sorry?
If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this dribble, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world, you ridiculous bombast. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall in which you've stumbled. Prior to your new testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume? Yes, I do. Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st of October. Of course, As a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice.
I can't tell if Strongheart's guilty or not. Like, he's playing this so straight. He's probably freaking out inside. Because he's doing everything in his power to remind us that currently there's no relation between the assassination plot and Gregson's death. And now that we're starting to pin together all the pieces, that whole, like, restriction is falling apart here.
I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an ippon seo throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that, though. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his mother. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain because his body was found in London.
Okay, well. Unfortunate argument there. Already found the hole.
Ippon seo, eh? A common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take.
So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you see the flaw in your logic now. Do you? Can't you?
What?
Well, the fact that the pocket watch is broken in the witness's cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place in there.
Look, man, Gregson was gonna kill me. Self-defense. I mean, that might fly if, you know, he could prove that it was indeed self-defense and Gregson attacked first.
I have no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger.
Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death.
Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord.
But if this testimony holds, Judge Goku will be deemed to have had no involvement in the case.
Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination.
Sorry, my lord. Defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that.
You are an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you are beaten. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo.
Zanga probably ordered Gregson to die but didn't do anything. Yeah, but ordering's kind of what we're getting at here. Even Jigoku, even if he didn't actually pull the trigger, he was definitely involved in setting this whole thing up. That's still pretty bad.
Hold it!
Because the so-called guard posting your cabin door just let your killer pass, you mean?
Apparently, Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector, which wasn't the truth, of course.
You wouldn't have had his identification with him, though.
Yeah, there's the tent coat and the mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced.
But the man accompanying him would have had two swords slung around his waist. You mean me? Who else?
Yes, that is true. You would have hoped for the sight of a few swords might have set off alarm bells in the guard's head.
The point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned and I immediately disembarked the ship.
Certainly. All I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back at my cabin. And you entered without any inkling of suspicion? That is right, none whatsoever.
Hold it!
Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson.
Yes. Though at the time, I didn't know the man's name. And there was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners.
By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose.
That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction. But I never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about so much in all my life. Anyone would think the man had never shot somebody before.
Believe it or not, most of us haven't.
Anyway, there was no time for to call for the help of the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself.
Hold it!
Even though the man had a gun? That was a very brave move, wasn't it?
My Ippon Seo is faster, far faster than a bullet, I can assure you.
But surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it?
Yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow and just managed to slip past him to make his escape.
The outstanding guard does it again.
Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out of using a quick Ippon Seo for.
Hold it!
The crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked.
Preferable to the man's head getting pulled off and his spine cracking, wouldn't you say?
Not that the man was spared for long, a bullet to the chest soon saw that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place.
Absolutely not. All the watch proves is the power of my jujutsu throw.
Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in that cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall.
What are you talking about? Oh, that is what the start of your Joe Brown detective stories told you, is it? Well, I do not care for such a fiction. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripperine? No murder took place in my cabin.
Yeah, maybe it didn't take place in his cabin. Maybe it took place somewhere nearby, though.
Hold it!
But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive.
Just to take a moment to think of that idea of yours through now, stripperine.
What?
If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have gotten back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at that same spot. It is a different of a thing.
Well, then obviously the culprit must have moved the body.
How exactly? Carrying a corpse off of the ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at the least. Don't you think?
Well, yes, that's true, but
all passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloading from arriving vessels. And I would like to think that the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage.
if the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. Well, there would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. Yeah, let's kill that idea then. But perhaps not. Miss Susato? We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea. Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative.
Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I had been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony, with your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain.
Hold it!
There's an idea.
Think about it, Stripling. All passengers and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checks at the border. The symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry.
And we met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel.
So you did. Well then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time?
What? No.
So, we are in agreement then. I could not have possibly have brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, they have some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B.
Funny you should say that. Because a harebrained invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, of course.
Vince has become unusually quiet, I noticed. Yes, because there's really nothing more to say.
So how did he transport the body then? So that's his story. Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, we don't say Mr. Naruhodo must have been murdered there, do we? Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one? And the fact is that Inspector Gregson's body was found in the little room on Fresno Street. He really was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin. Well, the body would have been moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border. That'd be impossible for the majority of people. So there must have been some special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit then. That could be a vital realization, I think, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, if he's the Ministry of Japan, maybe he didn't need to be inspected. Maybe they just trusted him. No way for him to transport a corpse. Where's for applicant one additional person to travel? What's this for Gregson though? Inspector's identification. I don't think this is gonna reveal anything. Oh, it looks like some sort of steamship ticket. The SS Grouse, first class cabin, 001. Yeah, I think this was just used to learn about the name of the ship. Yokohama departure 11th of September, London arrival 1st of November. Well, that's the boat Professor Mikotoba and Judge Jigoku came out on from, isn't it? Yes, I think it's called at Dunkirk on the north of France for a night before finally arriving in Dover. I think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover on the SS Brudia. Seems a shame not to keep your ticket as a memento of your trip, don't you think? Yes, I agree. I have mine safely in my diary. And I keep mine in my wallet, so I have it with me at all times. Oh, well, how strange. Where could it have gone? Are you like this on purpose, Mr. Naruhodo? Did I imagine it, or is that accompanied by a little sigh? Yeah, nothing in there about... And that was just a note that was written for earlier, so I don't think that's relevant. No possible way it could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. Okay, part of me was just thinking that maybe somehow you dress the corpse up as a live person and then it's like it becomes Gregson's +1, but that wouldn't make sense because then Kazuma would no longer be Gregson's +1. All crew members are required to summon the main deck. Don't think that's gonna be anything.
I
don't think any of these other ones are relevant, especially since this was changed, so this has to be it. No possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. Maybe he didn't do it, maybe someone else did it? Maybe it was a disguise, maybe that's what the headpiece is for. I don't think we have anything in here. No, it was clean. I don't... Did we use the wig at all yet? I can't remember if we did. There wasn't anything in here, was there? I don't think this mentioned anything specific. Nope. Yeah, it's genuine. That's about all we can say for sure. He did have that big trunk. Oh, wait, that's it. But like, okay, He did say they inspect the luggage though. But didn't they say in the past that, like, since he's, you know, a political figure, they don't need to inspect his luggage? Or something like that? I swear they said that.
Objection.
I was right. It's always possible you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say. I would say the opposite is true. Or they don't open up people's luggage. They're just like, yep, nope, no corpse on your... Yeah, you're not carrying a corpse, eh? Right, okay. Go ahead. So that seems to be what's actually being implied here. It's not like they're, you know, modern customs where they go and open all your luggage. They're just like, yep, no, there's no body slung over your shoulder. You're good to go.
And what's that supposed to mean?
Far from being impossible for you to do, the transport of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do.
What are you talking about, Ryunosuke?
As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. Yeah, I knew he said that at some point. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London.
Well, all these passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Ah, I knew you were jealous.
I kind of like how this game, like, forces you to pay attention to the plot and not just, like, the highlighted words or things that happen in court. Because that's not something that was ever stated in court. That was something you had to know by reading the story. I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku? Does make it a little tricky when, you know, you only play the game for a few hours every week. But still really cool. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting... I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk.
Order! Order! Order in court! I'm skeptical, Counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk.
It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside this trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? Yeah, you want to demonstrate for us? Hmm? But inside his trunk, how horrifying. And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body.
I don't have to listen to this nonsense.
Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged that there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator.
Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between.
Yes, I'm sure they are. But one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages, and the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku, did ocean liners really have, like... I know refrigeration technology was in its infancy at the time. Oh, yeah, I guess... But were they electrical? I know they had, like, other forms of like, refrigeration that were more analog back then. Did they have electrical fridges on ships in, like, the 1890s? I mean, so far, like, you know, the parts of this game that are historically accurate have been pretty good. It's been pretty authentic in that regard. It's like the obvious stuff that's, like, fantastical is pretty obvious, but the rest of it seems fairly logical, so I would choose to believe it. I'm just surprised. I didn't know that was a thing. However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer.
Well, this is our very hot wing. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on the study tour.
What are you talking about now?
Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already.
Jigoku, please, stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The fence has made an accusation against you. How do you respond?
Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there?
Why ever not?
Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key factor. Where was the victim killed? It is quite logical.
The actual scene of the crime.
The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard, as the accused, Barak Van Zeeks, shot the victim at point-blank range.
Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I am afraid that is how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling.
The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim. That's the only fairy tale here.
How can you say that?
Oh, quite simply. Because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Is it the autopsy? The revised autopsy report? Is it our turn to provide the updated autopsy report?
Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you?
The prosecution claims Inspector Gregson died instantly where he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. Oh my god. The series starts with updated autopsy report, and now I think we get to now finally present our own updated autopsy report.
Take that!
Please be right. No! How did you not... This would have been too perfect. I can't believe this is not right. It clearly contradicts it, though. We don't know when he died. It was an instant. God damn it. I was really hoping that would have been correct. I feel like there should have been at least a special, incorrect, like, line of dialogue for that. Where you get to present the updated autopsy report. In 1879, Strathlevin, equipped with compression refrigeration, sailed successfully from Sydney to UK with 40 tons of frozen beef and mud as a small part of her cargo. Huh. Now, was that like, yeah, compression refrigeration, that's like, that's like not just ice in a box, right? That's like what we would call refrigeration even today, right? Using gas and stuff. Because if so, then yeah. Huh. That's pretty cool. They had large-scale refrigeration on ships. Okay. I guess we need to think of something more recent in terms of evidence here for this. Very unfortunate it was not the updated autopsy report. Now, to be fair, we already used that evidence in the past, so... Was the victim killed in the room on Fresno Street, or was he moved there after his death? One piece of evidence we have that shows the answer to that question surprisingly clearly. Okay, so what are we presenting? Okay, so Inspector Gregson died instantly. Prosecution is claiming that. But we have something that proves otherwise. Is it the missing sword? Like the tip on the sword because it was found in the box? Prize sword's tip has a small piece missing. Did we find the tip? Wait, do we... Okay. We found the tip last time. But we just pointed it out. But, like, is it still part of the evidence of this case? Or do we have to, like, pull it out of here and make it its own evidence? Tip of Karuma. So this is how it was broken. Kazuma's swordmanship is second to none. Can't believe he'd misjudge it like that. Clearly he wasn't in his right mind. He didn't have full control of the power in his stroke. Too distracted by malicious thoughts, perhaps. Well, that wouldn't be surprising. After all, he was on an assassination mission. Do we have to, like, somehow put the evidence together? I mean, we already pulled it out, so I'm guessing not?
Take that!
Maybe it's the case then? It's in the chest, I thought we said. Well, yeah, we established it was in the chest, but I'm not sure if, like, what we're presenting here to, like, get to that point. I feel like this is a case of it really should be both. Or it should, you know, have separated into its own piece of evidence. So it's probably the case. If it's not the case, then I really don't know.
Take that!
It's not the case either. Okay, so we can't use the case to present the sword tip, and we can't use the sword to present the sword tip. How else do we present the sword tip? I don't think there is a way to present the sword tip at the moment. Unless it's this again. Well, no, I think everyone's convinced that the watch doesn't prove shit. So I don't think it's going to be the watch crown. Is it the passport to show he was on the ship? No, that doesn't directly contradict. That just shows he was on the ship and doesn't prove that he was killed there. It just shows he was there. Because I think the problem we have currently is that we need to prove that his body definitively died a day before it was found, right? And yeah, you would think that the sword pieces would do that, but they're not. The watch doesn't definitively prove it because, you know, according to them, he just did a jujutsu tackle and it smashed the watch on impact. So nothing weird there. Unless I'm like missing something to click on here that like... No, we've already clicked on everything here. There's nothing else to click here. Even the sword piece itself is clicked. Passport is clicked. The blood's not clicked. Is this now relevant? It's gonna like magically produce a new piece of evidence? Yeah, it's blood. I feel like we've clicked on this before. Ugh, knew you were gonna say that. So presumably means this was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. It's the most logical conclusion, yes. I think Gina's been carrying this around with her. You didn't know any better. I suppose it does look like grease stain from all the fish and chips. Doesn't make new evidence. And we already tried the case. Unless now the case is magically correct because we clicked on the blood. I guess we could try it.
Take that!
No, okay. Didn't think the case would magically be correct because of the blood. Didn't update the evidence or anything like that. Died instantly when he was shot at the sea in Fresno Street. So it's not his autopsy report. It's not his case. It's not the sword that has the tip lodged in the case. It's not the watch. Was it the passport?
Take that!
No, didn't think it was because we used it already. Okay, well, what else can we use then? What is even left for us to use that's like remotely relevant? The ID? No. He didn't have his ID with him that day because he gave it to his imposter to carry around and show off. So if anything, the ID would do the opposite, prove he was on the ship. Telegram is not what we need. Reread the claim that Ryunosuke says something contradicts. Oh, whoops, I didn't mean press X, I meant press Y. I was trying to press Y to open up the history. Let's see. Was the victim killed in the room on Fresno Street, or was he moved there after his death? There's one piece of evidence we have that shows the answer to the question surprisingly clearly. Prosecution claims Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the sea on Fresno Street, but this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. Claim that Ryunosuke says something contradicts. Okay, so he didn't die instantly and somewhere else than Fresno Street. Well, there is blood on Fresno Street, so that's not helping matters. Wouldn't be the wig. How would it be the wig? Murder weapon was found there. Yeah, I reread what the part he was saying was contradictory, but I'm not sure what else could be meant by that. Because I feel like everything I presented would be contradictory to some degree, but... It's not the case, it's not this, it's not his autopsy report, it's not the sword. We never established how it broke, but it's likely just broke from being tackled, possibly. There's no backside to this. No secret evidence there. That's just a picture, it's not a 3D model. We can't open the back or something like that. Well, short of going through everything, I don't know what else to present. His identification? How would that prove anything? Killed in the room Fresno show was he moved there after his death. There's one piece of evidence we have that shows the answer to that question surprisingly clearly. Is it the case again? Like the case that he might have been carried in? I'm so shocked it's not the sword, but I guess that doesn't really prove they had a struggle. Not yet, anyways. It's a bloody handprint on his back, but we already used that. That was a long time ago. Man, I'd hate to look this one up because I feel like the answer is going to be stupidly obvious, but... Is it the wig? Flame red wig found at the scene of the crime Fresno Street. Why would it be the wig? Okay, so it was claimed by the witness that he was still in his like police getup. He didn't show his badge because he didn't have it. Was he possibly wearing the hair at the time? Yeah, we've seen all this before, and I don't think it's gonna really matter here. It was in the picture when he died on Fresno Street. There's no evidence that this was on the ship in any capacity. So how does that contradict anything? For all we know, he was wearing it when he got shot in the face in Fresno. I guess we could try it anyway. Piece of evidence that shows the answer surprisingly clearly. No, the candle got blown off because of the fireworks over here. So it has nothing to do with the gunshot. Do we pull the ears again? I think it might be the wrong time to ask Sherlock Holmes for help. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be using this again. Okay. Unless he did like a recording or something with this, but no, it doesn't make sense. I didn't present this yet, but...
Take that!
No, okay. Didn't think so. Piece of evidence that shows the answer to that question surprisingly clearly. What would even be left? Was I supposed to reassemble the sword somehow? You know, I'm gonna pull it out again. Maybe I need to do something with it. I don't even know if I can. I think it was just like one piece of... Let's pull it out again. Can I even pull it out? Okay, wait, no, hang on. We do get to examine it here. But we've already examined the tip. Tip the greatsword broken. Such a shame. It's been so meticulously cared for over the years. You can almost hear Kazuma's sobs. Kazuma must have really taken a swing for that to happen. No, nothing here. And we already checked this side, and there was still nothing. This isn't gonna magically change now we clicked on both in a row. So it's not the box, it's not the sword. It's not the passport. I did try the passport, right? Yeah. I don't actually know what's left. I really don't know what else I could click. It's gonna be something really silly in hindsight, but I really don't know what this one is. So apparently the answer was this. I think I see what it's going at. Apparently this was the answer. And I knew it was gonna be something. Now that I know it's the answer, I think I know where it's getting at. Kinda dumb, but it does make sense. I just wasn't thinking of this train of thought.
Photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed.
In typical Ace Attorney fashion, we disprove a contradiction by going with the contradiction. Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room. It's out of the question that his body wouldn't have been curled up in a ball like that. I mean, yeah. You're not wrong.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. He could easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal.
Objection!
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that is flawed.
What?
According to his autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself in that position. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. Yeah, it should have been. I don't know why I didn't see it. It was curled. He's in the exact same position that Jigoku was when he came out of the trunk, which was established like literally like 10 minutes ago. And I wasn't seeing it. By being right there.
You're suggesting?
The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor from the inside of a large travel trunk. You're quite right. The shape of the body. It looks almost exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space. Judge Jigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood.
Present my trunk? I refuse.
What? On what grounds?
I am the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to be put up with this treatment just because of some stupid, baseless accusations.
In other words, Judge Jigoku, there is blood in your trunk.
I decline to answer that.
You didn't see it right away either. Yeah, like, it actually is a really clever puzzle. I'm not faulting the game at all. I'm just was not thinking that many steps into it. They literally show you the exact same pose. Like Jigoku, if you put the picture of Jigoku in the trunk next to that picture, it's like literally the exact same pose. They used the same skeletons in the modeling program, and they just swapped the models. Like it should have been obvious, and I don't know why I didn't think it was obvious. I was thinking like too mechanically, like, oh, what evidence have we not used yet? Jumping ahead, as usual, and not thinking like, oh, well, he's in the same pose, so he must have just come out of a trunk because he died instantly. It actually makes perfect sense. Some of the best puzzles in the series in this game, and I couldn't figure them out. At this moment, you're not a government minister. You are a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care what you are, who you are, or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth.
Order in the court. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be?
You can't be serious. You did it? He's not denying it.
Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asogi?
What?
Very well. I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense.
What?
You... Dear God! Outrageous! No! I admit to nothing more than what I have said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else.
You can't still deny it. Even if you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man?
As you know, there was one other person in my cabinet that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. That is right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi.
You... He did it! No, he did it!
I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seishiro Jigoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin, you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on assassination mission. No less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young stripperine? You have heard of my testimony now, and that is all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more.
I don't believe this.
Counsel for defense, what is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi.
This is the dead end, it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. Comes down to Jigoku, or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asogi is... okay. This actually is kind of... feels a bit tricky, because... yes, it's possible. And I think there's evidence to support the claim, because there's definitely a struggle between Gregson and Kazuma. You know, the whole sword thing that I kept insisting was relevant up until this point. And it hasn't been. You don't think it's possible? Why not? Because he said it wasn't possible? He wasn't on the stand. Kazuma hasn't taken an oath. He could be lying out his ass for all we know. And he would not be in contempt of court because he's not on the stand. Oh sure, we don't want it to be true. Fair enough. But we have to think about this logically. It is possible that he could have killed him. No, wait, Strongheart? Okay, I don't know if we're ready to jump to that conclusion yet. Okay, what would make it impossible based on evidence? Because if anything, there's evidence to support some sort of attack. I think the answer is impossible because I feel like possible makes this too... I don't know, it just doesn't feel like Phoenix right at that point. I'm gonna pick impossible from the Doyleist perspective of this is a Phoenix Wright game. We're probably not gonna be accusing our friend. Okay. Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claim that logical reasoning is the future of judicial process.
It is. No question.
Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit this crime.
What? The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So, present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement?
Okay. So Asogi was on the boat with Gregson. He was there as a +1 when Gregson went down to France on the 31st of October, right? Okay, well, so Jigoku admits to moving the body, so we don't have to worry about that. Kazuma there can't be a way for him to have killed. Well, it's interesting because, like,
yeah, his sword was lodged in the box, though, right? Does that somehow prove it wasn't him? Well, okay, but he doesn't have a gun. Is it the gun then, maybe? Because the gun is what shot him, right? Kazuma doesn't own a gun. Where would he have gotten the gun from?
Take that!
No? It's not the gun. I mean, the music stopped, but I'm pretty sure this isn't it. Huh. The gun seemed like the easy one. Okay, we know it is definitely impossible, right? Like, it has to be. I don't think this is a case of like, oh, you can just get stuck in here. It didn't autosave though, which tells me maybe it is. I think it has to be possible. Because like, I'm looking at this evidence and it's like, what can we do to prove? If anything, we can prove that he was attacking him. It would be the more logical thing, but... A proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Sogi's involvement. Okay, let's take a look at the autopsy again. Victim was shot in close range from the front, resulting in instant death. Scorch marks the point of entry. Bullet exited the body from behind. Maybe this is why?
Take that!
Ah, no. God damn it. When did the watch break? Apparently when Jigoku chokeslammed him into the ground. And not when he died. Or so Jigoku claims. He like did a jujutsu throw on him and it like snapped the crown off and smashed the glass. Do we want to pick possible here in case that's like a dead end and we weren't supposed to pick it? Because I can't see what evidence would possibly be it. Well, it is possible, my lord. Maybe this will be funny anyways. Is your favorite case of Ace Attorney series? This one's been pretty good. Honestly, this whole game's like had really good story and puzzles. Some of my favorite puzzles. Even if like I haven't been able to fully understand them sometimes. They have been really good puzzles. I think in different ways than the game wants me to. And it's or just like missing something super obvious that was like shown to me 30 seconds ago. How could you? Do you think I want to believe it? But the fact is, I can't say with complete certainty what actually happened because I wasn't there. You disappoint me, Ryunosuke. If I may, Mr. Naruhodo. I think perhaps that's why we form opinions based on evidence. Ah, so true. And actually, we have evidence that can sell this argument conclusively. Okay, it's not a dead end. We were definitely supposed to... I did pick the right answer in the first place. Yeah, fine. We'll reload. Okay, what can we show then that proves he didn't kill him? Might as well save in here because we've not proven that this is the correct answer. Okay, what proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Sogi's involvement? Is there a chance it's somehow the sword? Watched it at 7 o'clock when busted? But the break was at 10? Ooh, well, hang on. You're right. Well, it's actually at 5 o'clock. But yeah. Huh. So he died... But, The problem with that is that... How did the watch stop at 5? Gregson wasn't on the ship with Jigoku at that time. Because Jigoku and Asogi went on the ship at the same time. And we were postulating that it was around the 10 o'clock period, which would have given the murderer ample time to kill. Because the crew would have been away. So why would the watch have stopped at 5 o'clock? 5 p.m. is only when the watch wound down. Right, but like, Gregson was very adamant on winding that watch and making sure it stayed wound. So that means he would have had to have died before 5 o'clock. Right? We've proven that the watch still works. I can present it, but I just can't see how this is the right answer. Like, that's the kind of weird, complicated thinking I would come up with, too. But I just can't see this being right because, like...
Take that!
Yeah, didn't think so. Because, like, how... That doesn't make any sense. And 5 o'clock's only when it wound down, and I think we kind of sort of conclusively established that it wound down the day after. Like, it only wound down when the body was found in the apartment. Not when he died. Again, Smash didn't break the watch. Exactly, yeah. We used the watch to deduce that he died a day earlier because the watch was actually working just fine. The sword comes to mind, but... Is it the trunk? Is that why there's blood on it? Because the killer was using it to kill Gregson, but then maybe Asogi tried to, like, deflect the box with his sword to, like, try to knock it away with the sword? And that's why it got stuck? Maybe? That seems a little weird, but I guess could be. Something only Jigoku could know and Aunt Kazuma for getting off. Oh, yeah. No, I see what you mean. Yeah, the drill. You're right. Yeah, because then only Jigoku would have known about that. Because they would have given it to passengers. But wasn't Gregson a passenger? And he was with... like, he had his passport. He was going to France. That's why he was on the boat. They both went on the boat. But I guess maybe they just, like, didn't bother to check their rooms? That's a possibility. Okay, yeah, I guess. I didn't really consider it because, like, Gregson and Asogi were also passengers. So, like, I figured, oh, they probably would have gotten the same drill notice. Itinerary for crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord. This is conclusive proof.
An itinerary? How does that prove anything?
Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant.
What? Why?
On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin.
Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that a guard would have heard it and come in to investigate.
So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated in the itinerary.
Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far.
But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Now, clearly the murderer could have been committed by someone who was aboard the vessel at the time. Prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings.
I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship.
spent that night in a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning.
Oh, I completely forgot he got off the ship. See, this was a scene we saw last week. So you can kind of understand where some of the trouble comes when it comes to solving these puzzles. Key information might have been just an offhand remark from like a week ago. Oh, you know, sure, something like the fucking chest stuck with me. And the fact that his luggage wasn't being inspected because he was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, you know, from like 2 weeks ago. But I forget this. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. See, if I remembered that, it would have been obvious. Because he wasn't on the boat. It's kind of hard to kill someone on a boat if you're not on the boat.
No, absolutely not. I do not accept that at all.
What do you mean?
The boy is just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come.
No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof.
No,
There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer, as a common man. Oh, I can't wait to see this. I've been looking forward to his breakdown. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it, Seishiro Jikoku?
it was at that damned trial 10 years ago. That is when this began. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already.
Is he gonna, like, yank out the stand? Break it? Oh, okay. I thought he was gonna, like, pull it out of the ground. That would've been sick. Oh, that works too!
It is over! My life is over. A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand.
And for that, you decide to recruit Mr. Asogi. Gravity floating the sand. I like how him just slamming down somehow just threw the sand in the air. Like, he just has that much power. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain, and you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Kazuma's place.
And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that.
The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume.
That is right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So, I enlisted the help of my British counterpart and made arrangements for pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper.
What? The Reaper? But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself. So, that means that the assassin exchange was... It was all planned by the Reaper.
I am not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and duty-free infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France, and his own death.
Oh, how awful.
It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside of the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting.
For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock.
I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless move.
I'd received the British-issued gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student.
I never imagined I'd have used it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it?
Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse. Which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street.
The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That is precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So, before the first cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room.
And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police.
I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London.
In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule.
Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. So, I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk.
That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then.
Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcome committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers.
Miss Venus, of course.
I conceived of the candle trick there and then. So, I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot.
What sort of disguise?
Well, for some reason, the inspector had a bright red headpiece in his own traveling case. So, I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have otherwise.
Hairpiece we found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Haired League investigation.
I only arrived at the room at around 4:45. So I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. So that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder.
What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips.
I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but, well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that is everything. All these are the details of what I did.
No more witness stand. He's just standing there.
I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The winners will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty.
Exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassination exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us.
Enough! I have already told you that I cannot say.
Can't or won't? Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again?
What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It is finished. Out of it.
I am finished.
Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson.
Judge and jury. I wonder if he's also the executioner.
Seishiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found.
Wow. So much for a trial, eh?
May I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court.
Feels a little anticlimactic. Who did he execute? Well, I think we already know who he executed. Both of them, in fact.
Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body.
And before it was a coercion confession.
In short, defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt.
Wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, thank you. Something wrong? I'm just a little troubled by his silence.
The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey, and this extraordinary assassin exchange, we do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we've reached a conclusion.
I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor. Oh, is he gonna go back to the stand then?
As you wish. Now, for the formal adjudication, I hereby declare the defendant, Baroque Van Zieks.
Objection!
The prosecution calls for an adjudication to be deferred. Counsel? The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all, and therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position.
What? But Judge Jigoku has already confessed.
Nevertheless, Baroque Van Zieks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Soki. Certainly. The murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot. Into the sick, merciless assassin exchange.
That may be true, but...
So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered.
In other words, the mastermind behind the Assassin Exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself.
Well, certainly that would appear to follow.
The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Barak Van Zieks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey. And furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt.
Damn, getting a little aggressive here, aren't we?
Order! 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 The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Council. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case?
Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zieks very thoroughly in that regard, and they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper. Isn't that a little bit of a conflict of interest? Maybe?
Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed.
What do you mean?
It's already been established that the Assassin Exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself, which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here.
I must say I'm surprised
By quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zieks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes.
That explains Kazuma's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zieks and Winley started 10 years ago.
Very well. Was it extremely irregular? I will, on this occasion, grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange.
I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely.
I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. Ooh, round 2.
They turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this violent, unrelenting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice.
Lord Van Zieks!
I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now, and ever since that time, I'd endured the weight of the implied guilt that's gone with it. So, I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey.
And what says the defense?
Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment, he's not thinking logically. You're right that he's not himself, but I knew it would be like this. And I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise. As a lawyer, and as his friend. And that's what we must do. Defense has no objection, my lord.
Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the Assassination Exchange.
As you wish, my lord. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the Assassin Exchange.
So you deny all accusations by the prosecution, both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey, and that you masterminded the assassin exchange.
I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty? From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said.
Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness.
Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you've convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. But if we point out a contradiction, wouldn't that be us, like, supporting the fact that he is the Reaper?
Hold it!
So you're not what the general public refer to as the infamous Reaper of the Bailey? Exactly. Don't imagine for a moment that the court will be satisfied with a one-word answer on this. I realize that. You're intending to comment on every sentence. This could take a while, Kazuma. Didn't you find it disturbing, though, that one by one defendants who'd been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed? Let me answer that question by posing another. If one by one defendants who'd been acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing? Well, disturbing? I couldn't possibly say how that would make me feel with a one-word answer like that. Exactly. Well, that told me. But even though I'm not the Reaper, that doesn't mean I ignored all the heresy.
Hold it!
You say for years. How long exactly? Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in this courtroom. 10 years ago now. And your investigations led you somehow to Inspector Gregson, you're saying? I didn't want to believe it. He was a personal acquaintance. We'd worked together on cases in the past. A friend, even? It felt like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office at the yard without his knowledge. Which is when you found his secret notebook, is it? It's when I first learned of the location he'd noted only as a grouse, and the appointment at 5 PM on the 31st. So I didn't know the significance of those details at the time. So now we're at the nub of the matter. As it turns out, the significance for me personally was very unfortunate.
Hold it!
Why'd you go to that specific location? I thought that if I was the Reaper's headquarters, then by turning up there at 5 o'clock I would catch whoever was involved red-handed. Sadly, all that was awaiting me was the Inspector's corpse. Yeah, even though it wasn't designed for you, you walked straight into the trap set by Jigoku. Exactly. Jigoku had intended to implicate Hyobun. But unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first. A ridiculously careless blunder. Moved on to just throwing insults around, I see then, Kazuma. Think what you will, it doesn't change the truth.
Hold it!
There is a link between you and Gregson, though. Of course. We were close acquaintances. We'd worked together on numerous cases together. I considered the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons. He did? Such as what? Where to buy good fish and chips, and such like. Very important lessons. Well, that was convincing. I would almost argue the most important. Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. And in any case, I understand it was several years ago now that he was invited to work at a Japanese university. That's right, he was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yumei University in Tokyo. It should be unambiguously clear then, that no link exists between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the oceans to kill the man. Sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it. Something like about this just doesn't quite sit right with me. Objection to which part?
Hold it!
Certainly as it stands, there's no evidence to suggest that you concocted the scheme. But as it stands, we only have just the accused's insistence of his innocence. Sorry? Or perhaps there is some reason that would explain why he masterminded the assassin exchange. As if a reason could be established later in these proceedings. And if a reason could be established later in these proceedings, well then the accused's claim in this testimony that he was involved would amount to perjury. Well, yes. No tie between Baroque and Wilson? Oh, true, yeah, because weren't they students together? Aren't they in that photo? Well, we'll check in a second. Yeah, you're right. I think that's probably what we need to catch them on. Clearly, Kazuma-sama intends to identify a reason and use it to make his case. So if you don't identify something first, you'll gain the advantage. This could be dangerous. Convincing testimony by Lord Van Zieks. Certainly, with no apparent connection between the three men, there's no way to establish a motive. Testimony seems unassailable as far as I can see. Oh, dear me, what a bleak expression. I agree. There doesn't appear to be any particular link between them, at first glance. But with the inclusion of one other person... I must be overthinking it, surely. Another person, Mr. Naruhodo? I need to think back over all the information we've gleaned so far. Alright, and I'll review my notes about the case and all the evidence in the court record. Could it be that Lord Van Zieks has something to hide after all? Alright, where's that? Which statement was that? 4 or 3? No common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. What about this?
Objection!
No? What do you mean, no? Are you fucking serious? Clint is the tie-in, yeah, that's why I picked the picture. There's no Wilson in the picture? Oh, was he not in the picture? Fair. Understandable. Thought he was in the picture. You're right, though. There was in the picture. That's, who was in the picture? You got Clint on the left. You got Gregson on the right. Oh, yeah, and that's him in the middle. Right. I really jumped to conclusions in that one. Yeah, he was tied to him in the, is it the autopsy report? The old autopsy report we have? Because he, like, signed it or whatever, I think? Yeah, it's the autopsy, yeah. I realized that right after I clicked it, and it ended up being wrong. I was like, oh, wait, no. The autopsy's gotta be it then. Oh well, at least this way we reset our health. It's fine. There was no need to press anything, so... nothing was lost. Yeah, that's what we want, right? Surely it was a checkpoint. Yeah.
Where's that old autopsy? Is it this one? Clint's autopsy report. So Clint Van Zeeks was the victim. Coroner was John H. Wilson. I mean, it makes sense. This would have been the connection, right? He did the autopsy on his brother. No common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. I guess that's Gregson's in here too?
Objection.
Yeah, okay. Because Gregson was the one who encouraged them to do the autopsy in the first place, which wasn't a common practice 10 years ago. So, by doing that, it means he must have had a close connection to his brother and the Zeke's family in general. And then John H. Wilson had the connection because I guess he was friends with Gregson, but he also did the autopsy on Clint.
What is this? An autopsy report? Wait. Well, this is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. What? My brother's autopsy report? I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Order in the court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel?
This, the autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant.
Not that accursed name again, the professor. I personally researched all of the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time the autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victims' souls, and for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zeeks it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead, Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved that Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and conclusive evidence that convicted him. It would enable Lord Van Zeeks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? Oh, where are you going with this, Kazuma? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. Oh, is that what we're going with here? Okay. Pulling the whole "my dad was definitely not a murderer" card slash "this is racism against my people" card. That's outrageous. And now, 10 years later, for some reason, the secret has been threatened and needs protecting, which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange. Well, I mean, certainly that could be the reason why that assassin exchange had to occur. The two people involved in that case. Order! Order at once! 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. However,
He who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Cosmo, you know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. This is like role reversal right here. What? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? Well, truth about the evidence. And he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword Karama before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was.
Right, I see. You're that Asogi's young lad, are you? And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing, is that it?
That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all.
Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was a professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence that we needed to make the crime stick.
So, you admit it then? The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated.
It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders.
Orders? What exactly did you do?
Speak. I'm not saying another word.
Even if your life depends on it?
That's right. Even then.
And let me guess, he was just really quick to block it with the case.
So that's when the tip of the sport broke. Cosmo-sama. If the results of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Wilson must have known about it, and they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Baroque Van Zeeks.
In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins.
Exactly. And as we established earlier, it has to have been in the Reaper himself who liaised with the Jigoku in Japan to arrange this exchange. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Baroque Van Zeeks.
Objection!
Kazuma Asogi. What? What you've just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. What? Lord Van Zeeks? I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. Who? Who is the Reaper? Lord Van Zeeks isn't the one behind all this. Then yes, there's only one other person who could have done something like that.
No, I don't have to present, do I? No! I don't know who it is! Oh no. I believe I know who it is too. I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey. Okay, well, he is here. I mean, that's the player's choice. That's the popular opinion. Are there any other possible candidates here? No. Who else would have been involved in it? In this list? Mikotoba? What if it's Mikotoba? Reminder, I can't look at the court record, but reminder that he was involved with the... Wasn't he part of the, he wrote the autopsy? Could it not be him? I mean, yeah, we all want it to be Strongheart. Strongheart's like the fucking slam dunk of answers here. He's so suspicious. If it's not Strongheart, it's 100% Mikotoba. But you're right, it probably is Strongheart because it has to be someone who's been able to pull the strings this whole time, and Mikotoba was in Japan.
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Mael Strongheart. Lord Strongheart? You know, I kind of wish it wasn't him just because it's too obvious. It's a little disappointing how obvious it was him. If it was Mikotoba, that would have been such a cool twist. I don't know how it would have worked exactly, but like, Strongheart was just super suspicious from the very start. Yes, it's true that 10 years ago, the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court. Didn't I even like bring it up back in like the first game when we kind of sort of first met him? Or like after the first incident of the Irish guy dying? Like, this is something we've postulated for a while now, and we've just been waiting for the opportunity to accuse him. But he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zieks, had been killed.
I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history.
Well, Lord Van Zieks,
10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the Lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. Spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now. I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world, by Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. Unless this is somehow another red herring, and it's not him. The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense.
It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. Defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best.
You're not going to defend yourself.
You claim there is some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zieks' autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection!
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where is your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand.
Hold that thought. Well, what if we did?
Just give us like 6 months, all right? We could probably do that. You mean to say? I forget how the system works in your little backwater country, but in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Order! Order in court! Following Inspector Gregson's murder in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago. Is there?
So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange.
This court has no business raking over the course of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections.
Kazuma. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? Only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zieks' autopsy. Wait, I just mashed A. Was there another option there and I don't even know what I was picking. I was like pressing A to go to the next line and then the options popped up. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart.
Dunosuke, please.
I'm sorry, Kazuma.
Mr. Naruhodo, isn't there someone rather important whom you've overlooked?
Yeah, well, I'm sure I would have probably knew that if I, like, noticed the options pop up and I got the pick. It was the most unfortunate A-press of all time. I was not expecting something to pop up. I was, like, waiting it. I was anticipating one. I was waiting for, like, another dialogue. I thought there was, like, one more line in between.
Your silence is beautifully eloquent. I take it we've reached the end of this debate then. Let the matter be closed for good.
Objection!
Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy.
Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me.
Kazuma,
Please, this trial can't end. Not yet.
I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person in defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zieks is...
Take that!
Heaven help us. Another Japanese? Hot damn!
Oh my god! Is that why this guy did all this? Has he just been like, fuck the Japanese this whole time? An expert in forensic medicine, my lord, Professor Eugene Mikotoba. 16 years ago, he came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student.
And what could his testimony possibly tell us?
Mr. Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report.
Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature.
It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it.
In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in the autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us.
Defense's demands is denied.
What? Well, Professor Mikotoba's in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself.
Professor Asogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange.
I did, yes.
So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete.
At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence. But that's exactly why we need witness testimony. I love when it just, like, cuts back to him handling his cane.
Professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father.
But I thought men couldn't summon spirits.
Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seshiro Chigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
Objection.
But we all know what will happen. I'll just give the mastermind the whole adventure time to cover his tracks again.
By which you mean me? Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you will be reprimanded for following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over. Young Master Asogi.
Oh, is he gonna get a breakdown scene too? It took me this long to realize they repaired the fucking witness stand. Even though it's been repaired since he went up there.
That will be all.
What are you doing here? You can't be in here. Mr. Sholmes.
This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once.
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seshiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Wait, what do you mean fled from Europe? Was France not part of Europe at the time? I don't think France just moved its position on the globe. Maybe perhaps he meant to say attempted to flee from Europe.
Lord Mayor Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Well, surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along at the prevarications of your superiors? Order! Order in the court! It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. But you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. The auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence!
This is actually more interesting than Von Karma's trial. Because, you know, it's like one thing when it's the prosecutor is like, oh yeah, you know, he's trying to cover his tracks because he's the prosecution. He has a bit of power and leeway in like what gets presented and stuff. A little bit of immunity too, maybe. But now we're going like the next step up, and it's like, how do you? We got the whole judge, and the judge gets final say. So like, if you're accusing the judge, he can just be like, nope, denied. Penalty for you. What's? So are we gonna talk to Mikotoba, or are we gonna talk to? Well, I don't know why we talk to Sholmes. I'm just shocked that Sholmes has never been in the witness stand at all. Unless I'm forgetting a cross-exam. Come on, you don't want to let down your adoring public, would you?
A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. Well, my lord, you hear the voices of British justice, I take it? I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations.
Maybe it'll be like Strongheart and Mikotoba together.
Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene.
Or it'll probably be Mikotoba and then Strongheart.
A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon? Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikotoba is here at the courthouse?
Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you?
My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely.
I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know.
Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you have no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you?
Absolutely. It's still in my pocket.
She sends her regards, and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand.
Sholmes hasn't formally testified, but he was at the stand in 145 and 22. Yeah, okay. But we never had to cross-examine him, right? Maybe they're saving that for the third game. You know, we'll go back to Japan and he'll find himself in some hot water or something and we have to defend him in court. Seems like a perfect opening case. So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. I think it's like one of my favorite songs in these two games. Oh, we were at the corner with you.
So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Yujin Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan.
And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you, is...
Ah, this is Dr. Maria Gori, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner. Daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand.
Yeah, Dr. Scythe.
I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared.
No mask today? You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too. You know, that's a good point. Why didn't we ask her? I mean, she's only in jail. I don't think she... Was she executed already? All we did was send her to jail. I mean, why didn't we just get her on the stand?
That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too.
Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder.
The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final.
Alright, maybe a bit of an excuse. But, sure, I'll take it. Yeah, why not?
Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we?
That's true, she was pretty good at lying. By which I mean she was a horrible liar. And we definitely saw it through it all. But yeah, no, we definitely don't want any more perjury, right? Which means, you know, none of these three people here are going to say anything incorrect, right? Their statements are going to be all 100% factual, and we're not going to have to present any evidence whatsoever to contradict them. Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think.
I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been quite a long while, Lord Strongheart.
The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago.
That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners.
So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson in the entire procedure.
Mama's far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion.
And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe.
Yes. I noted all the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Poor Mama. Secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson?
Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeeks' autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done.
But Gregson admitted to it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have been an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on.
Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time.
He says that like he's hoping he will lie and so he can cover his own tracks, when I think in the reality by telling him that he's just ensured his downfall.
Okay. Thanks for that.
I want you doing otherwise, my lord. The moment you testify verges on superposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that.
In other words, he's just gonna kick him out whenever he feels threatened. Got it. Or maybe if he just gets tired of his face, you know, being Japanese and all.
From my own observations, I'd say there was any indication of the autopsy results being fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. No indication? Nothing to suggest fabrication? Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that?
Well, nothing I could positively identify as such, much less swear to it in testimony. Well, it clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asuki, has come from you.
What?
You claim the inspector confessed just before his death. But that is the fabrication.
No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did.
Freely? With the tip of his sword in his throat? The man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zinks' death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter.
I like how she's just constantly looking at him.
If I may, my lord, there was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All four of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats.
Oh, such horrifying crimes.
But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zinks, suffered a different fate.
Yes, you're right.
He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promise to curtail your testimony as soon as it enters the realms of supposition or speculation.
Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination.
What?
Well, I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Yunosuke.
I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. As I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution.
Yes, my lord. This feels like a ripe time to bring back the, oh, you pressed the wrong statement, penalty for you mechanic. They would never do that, though.
Hold it!
You couldn't say?
No, sadly not.
Then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either, could you?
No, true. I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch his implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something.
And at those times, what was the secondary system doing?
Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass him implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team.
Quite, yes. So, would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that?
Professor Migatoba, think. Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you?
Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact.
Hold it!
In all the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled?
Correct. And yet Lord Van Zieks was stabbed.
Do you mean to say... Do you think Lord Clint Van Zieks may not have in fact been one of the professor's victims?
There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time.
But
Genshin Asogi confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin ever had kept a dog.
a true hound of hell.
Hold it!
But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory?
Does that matter?
Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Scythe, were in the stand, but...
I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama's told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report.
I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there was no other signs of internal trauma.
I see.
Mama told me all about it.
Oh?
She said there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable.
Unbelievable? What do you mean?
Come on, Dr. Gory, what was it?
Hold it!
Say it already! What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
It was a ring, belonging to Genshin Asogi.
But my father's ring was inside the victim's stomach?
At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus cordis of his left hand, the fourth or ring finger. I'd understand it was some sort of keepsake.
When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent over to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them.
Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores of Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off.
Why would someone do that? They like took it off and shoved it down his throat?
They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes.
How could they? I brought the ring along with me today.
What?
Here it is, a bit dusty from the years in stores.
Good gracious. Yeah, that's it. I haven't seen that thing in 10 long years.
And that was found inside the victim's stomach?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that?
Well, it's just thinking back now. I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh my, really?
What that precise moment Dr. Wilson asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Goy, the removal of this historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not?
Uh-oh. However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings.
Very well. You may submit it.
He's losing this battle and he's so frustrated now. A ring belonging to Genshin Asogi found in Lord Clint Van Zeek's stomach during the autopsy. Claw's clasp at the gem looks sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel.
You must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed.
Yes, let us examine that ring. What do we have on this ring? Okay. Big red gem. These fat claws are doing a good job protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring.
Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Ow!
Now my finger's bleeding. Claws really are sharp.
Oh my, that was a very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you.
Would make such a dangerous ring. You could swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. Maybe that's why he shoved it down his throat. Maybe the ring is what killed him. And then the sword was just an extra.
Sticky mochi bun of about that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle.
Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. Hey, you said it. Should I read anything into these weird marks underneath? Probably gonna line up with some fingers or something we're gonna get in a bit. Alright, well, nothing... I can't click on those right now. Let us continue.
Hold it!
And that was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Asogi's arrest?
Correct.
After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes.
That's a lie. My father was no killer. Baroque Van Zeeks, it was you. You twisted the truth to suit your purposes.
Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could. That's everything, is it?
Poor father. He looks so troubled.
Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind.
Oh,
I couldn't say, were his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure.
wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years.
If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened, and remove any trace of doubt.
We could establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true.
Well, we can't shy away from this now. Even if what we might uncover could lead to total calamity.
Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll be right beside you, whatever may happen.
Okay, so where are we presenting this ring? Who are we proposing to? Because, I mean, obviously, we just got the ring. Surely we got to use it. Consider there's any indication the autopsy results having been fabricated. Alright. We have that autopsy. Let's take a look at it. Alright. Victim is Clint, 33, British, 31st of May between 9 and midnight. Death from a single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring finger of the right hand, but no document of corresponding ink was found. Scarlet ink stains. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. You know, I have some thoughts on this matter now. Gregson encouraging the autopsy, a mysterious ring just happening to be in his stomach, being used as vital evidence to catch the perpetrator. No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. Not even by that ring? And how sharp it is? No lacerations at all? Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. No other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. Are we supposed to present the ring here because, like, it's so sharp, it's like, that should be impossible? What are other options?
Objection!
Oh, fuck yeah. The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba?
That's right. As I said in my testimony before. At that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested.
In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not.
What are you suggesting, counsel?
That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What do you say? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
So here's my theory on this whole matter. Wilson and Gregson were in cahoots. They were probably given orders, but they fabricated this whole thing together. Gregson pushing for the autopsy, probably even provided the ring for Wilson to find. I don't know if maybe Maelstrom was in charge, or Strongheart was in charge of that at the time, but perhaps he was.
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim?
This evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report.
It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than this ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point.
You already done it for me, my lord. Lack of internal injury says it all. Okay, I was for a second there, I thought maybe I picked the right answer, but with the wrong reasoning. But no, good. I was still right.
What?
Well, to swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with.
My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice.
But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma.
No. And there you arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago.
Then why didn't you say something at the time?
I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this! Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson?
What's that now, Mikotoba?
Well, if he's sold a ring of that size, with those sharp metal claws it has, surely you'd expect to see some damage to the throat and esophagus, torn mucous membranes at the very least.
Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you
that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. Now, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father.
I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation.
What?
Dr. Wilson is Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but the damage to mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified, even in living subjects.
You've seen a device called an endoscope recently demonstrated practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
I don't think so. And Dr. Gorey, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished.
We open up the dead to find the truth.
I beg your pardon.
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up, with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Dr. Gorey, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Yes, the ring. What about it? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. Which incident? The one I've recounted to you before, about the memory I have of Genshin Asogi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden...
Don't make a peep. You're coming with us.
all of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. The next thing I know, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Are you saying... I've always believed that those thugs were after me. But now, I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. How convenient. You mean, the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection!
Hired thugs by the police to get fabricated evidence. You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested. Kazuma. Open your eyes. Inosuke. You must know how deep down the truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent that I should present and be present in this trial? To see you like this?
Well, this is a amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it.
What?
Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. Well, if that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in this trial?
Oh.
The closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Wasn't that right, Lord Van Zieks?
How are we going to explain this? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then... Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabricated evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
Well, if the judge is saying it, must be true. What if that autopsy was all above board? I mean, nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection.
Thank you, Jinosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely.
Kazuma?
What's this latest absurdity, Counsel?
My lord?
Your reasoning is perfectly sound. But for one giant hole. I beg your pardon? You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection.
And what reason could that be?
Silence that would lead him to being convicted and sent to his death? If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the men wouldn't have protested.
Objection.
Oh, those results were an invention, alright. There's no question of that. Or you forget that 2 people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated. If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me?
Kazuma-sama's created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. We can show him that there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial. A reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent? Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps?
Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court?
This? His papers? On my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London delivered to my son Kazuma Asogi in the Empire of Japan. What were they? Were they poor? No, they could have been poor. How is he, like, in this fancy school and everything? Deep sadness, I will accept my fate in this foreign land and knowledge that I will never see my homeland family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. Well, it's gotta be these.
Take that.
I guess it's not these. Okay, I think we're like maybe one step too early for those. It's gotta be soon.
Kazuma's father knew that the evidence being used to convict him was fabricated. Why would he have said nothing in his trial? If it were me, I'd have protested my innocence until I was blue in the face. So if we're right about the autopsy results, there must have been a strong reason for his silence. Well, then perhaps he was saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency? That could be it. Alright. Proof do you have that could possibly explain Sogi's silence in court? So he was maybe getting paid somehow? But with what? I'm surprised it's not this then. Sounds like the papers of a man who knew he was accepting his fate. Although I guess those were written in jail, so he was already convicted. No. I don't think that's relevant right now. Innocence. Explain the Sogi silence in court. No, that's ours. Mr. Sogi described it as the only weapon I have left. Okay. Maybe the ring somehow? Well, wait, okay. This was written by Kotoba, right? Mikotoba? Was he trying to protect him somehow? I'm wondering if this could be the answer, because maybe he knew the ring was fabricated. But even so, Mikotoba said that the ring was found in the stomach, so maybe he was trying to protect him? Because if he said, well, the ring, you know, was fabricated, blah, 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 they go down that train of thought, then it might find out that, like, whoa, you wrote this fake autopsy report. What the hell? That's what I'm thinking. I don't know what else there would even be. Like, how much evidence do we even have from that time? We have his papers. We have his autopsy. And we have the ring. Unless it's the ring. Why would it be the ring, though? Do you not want it to be found? Or, well, is he hoping to get it back so he could send it back to Japan? Everything else this year is new. We don't actually have like a whole lot of evidence from the old case.
Take that!
No. I'm gonna try the ring. So right about the autopsy results, there must have been a strong reason for his silence. Right, okay, so I guess it can't be the autopsy. So nothing exchanged for some sort of clemency. Or did they promise to send the ring back if he pleaded guilty?
Take that!
Nah, I didn't think so. Alright, this is getting ridiculous. Let me just reload here. What else could there be then? Let's explain Sogi's silence in court. Was it because he was already... Okay, this was about Daily Vigil's dismissal notice from 10 years ago.
Is it because he already escaped and they couldn't find him and maybe that's why he was silent in court? So maybe he wasn't like physically present.
Take that!
There we go. Just had to think of it a little differently there. He couldn't plead innocence because he wasn't physically present to do so. He was already dead. I don't know when was this court hearing? Do we have evidence of that? Like, that's actually kind of curious because I thought he was in court before he went to jail. Or he went to like the actual prison. It doesn't say when that was written. But I don't know when else. This was on May 31st. Okay, so May 31st is when the body was found. And this was dismissal on 25th of June. I guess it's not impossible. It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Though I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. Must have had help. Which means, like... Yeah, because if he tried to plead innocence, maybe it would have just made things worse for him. And he wouldn't have been in... He wouldn't have been, like, He wouldn't have been set free. He would have still gone to jail, but might have just gone worse. So if he just kept innocent, they would have been easier on him. It would have been easier to try and do escape. You must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notes of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words... Oh, I guess if it said that in there, that also makes sense. They were playing this the whole time, so... For whatever reason, him shutting up in court was just part of the plan. There were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. Did he actually have an arrangement with the government? I don't remember that being specified, but perhaps. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. So the whole trial itself was just a farce to help the public opinion of the court, I guess, and police proceedings. Like, yeah, fine, we will send you back quietly so that we don't have any trouble with Britain, because we don't want that either. But like, why convict him in the first place then? What the fuck was the point? Unless it was like a different branch of government that was like, yeah, no, we don't really agree with this. We're gonna send you back because this is gonna really fuck up our relationship.
Order! Order! First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy.
Of course, because it's all intimately linked.
Prosecution wishes to summon a new witness to the stand. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago.
Governor Caden and the poor chief warder of the prison.
I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. To summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, won't be any trouble, my lord. What?
Father?
My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he's extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prisoner earlier, asking the Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency.
Mr. Sholmes did that?
Are you telling me that both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment?
My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
He promised.
Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all.
Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please?
Hey, Barry Caden, Governor of Barclay Prison.
Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits. Your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago.
What? The Professor? We've already been through all this before. A decade ago. In the conclusion, there wasn't anything untoward happened.
A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you call nothing untoward.
Ah, well,
The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Sogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment.
hold on there, laddie. Witness, Governor Caden. Aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asuki, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court.
My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place.
Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asoki out of Barclay 10 years ago. It was the day the Japanese doc was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief ward of Vigilia and put in the plan into action behind the scenes.
I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot.
I didn't ken if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's great British Empire.
A directive from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying that that was the jailbreak plot?
Aye, that's right.
Who sent it? Who authorized that plan?
I didn't ken that.
You're saying you don't know?
Listen, there was nothing about that professor case that was unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell ya.
I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit.
That, Counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense.
Oh, yes, my lord?
I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination?
Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord.
Seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, Counsel.
Hold it!
And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive.
Aye, that's right. All I can be assured of is that it was official.
But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows it down to who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't to me.
I cannot even say with certainty that it originated from the prosecutor's office.
What?
There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you any indication of who was behind it.
You can't be serious. All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose.
The likes of us on the ground, as it were, didn't bother with either speculation. We just get the job done.
Hold it!
So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all?
That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat.
That's right, isn't it, Governor?
Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it.
Alright then, who else did know about the plan?
I've not the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folk in the prison who'd served, who'd been given even similar orders.
So you don't know who else was involved?
Aye, that's right. All I can tell ya is that the night it actually happened, the person at the lines was Dr. Stevens.
Dr. Courtney Stevens? Or Dr. Scythe as she's known now. Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? I mean, you're dealing with literal criminals here. It's literally in the job description.
Hold it!
Did you notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night?
Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head.
Hideous treatment.
The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles.
Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you?
Oh, Schwiller, I cannot apologize enough.
No, Governor. I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Kayu?
Hold it!
But you already acknowledged that orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. Well, there must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation.
Aye, well, that be as it may. I dinna ken nothing about that. The witness stand is no place for telling you what you don't know for sure. I can that much I do.
Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't resolve you of guilt here. A man who was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence. Willing to take the fall, maybe? Yeah, of course you are.
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety?
I did everything I could at the time.
As you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Locate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too?
My instructions were to do with getting the joke out to the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
Excuse me.
Oh? I mean, it's probably the game of the country was the last part of the plan. Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is it, some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors, in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Yeah, like, if this guy was actually, you know, if they were just gonna plan a jailbreak altogether, and it was by the government, like, couldn't the government just be like, nah, this guy didn't commit any crimes, we're giving you a pardon, you can go home now? So what was the reason they couldn't do that? Yeah, that's quite true.
If whoever negotiated with the Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain,
It would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence.
It all happened in the vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it is an unsettling mystery, certainly.
If only someone here may be holding the truth back.
truth be told, there is a wee matter that never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak, between the Asogi and the body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it?
Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts you have by amending your formal testimony.
Guts! Hey, go on then. Seems to me the Japanese fella didn't have anything to bargain with.
Hold it!
Oh? Really? Admitting to the crimes. That was what you had to bargain with, surely.
I cannot see that myself. After all, did the prosecution no have conclusive evidence against the Carly, eh?
This, you mean, discovered during the final victim's autopsy? There's every possibility his conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Objection!
Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen.
Aye, that's right. So what I'm saying is... the convict had nothing. Nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place.
And yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. So, Sogi agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured he'd be broken out of prison later. I really don't think Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations. Well, then perhaps something compelled him to agree? What a terrible thing. Using the law to legitimize such underhanded dealings with a desperate man. Only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice. I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up. Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo? No, it doesn't. But I can't quite put my finger on what yet. Well, in that case, we must keep digging until we identify the problem. Alright, where is it?
Objection!
Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genjin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British from breaking their word and executing behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon.
Heavens, the fellow couldn't possibly have anything like that.
But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day.
You squealed, did ya? You wee rat! Did I not tell you to keep that a secret?
You can't touch me now.
Gah.
When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict's cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
A weapon?
And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in the cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Kaiden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow.
Things? What the blazes are you blethering about? The will was found right and proper in the fella's cell where I said it would be.
But how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom.
Well, you didn't do your proper job, you peely-wally galoot.
You can't criticize me now.
I showed it to you before, did I know, you lawyer?
Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads,
The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi.
Which means everything is as it should be.
Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here.
What? What inconsistency?
Mr. Sogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of a significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage.
Are you suggesting that, my lord Advent, is that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years? Is it actually a fake?
As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. Well, I can't say I saw that coming, but it does make perfect sense.
That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken.
What? No, I definitely heard him say that. I swear. Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with those so-called Asogi papers.
A waste of time. If the will is fake, where is the real document?
Objection.
That's kind of the question, yes. Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything. Very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. I'm surprised he hasn't been, like, jumped from the judge's stand or something. I mean, at this point, he should be mobbed. Lynch him right here and right now.
What did you say?
The audience has spoken.
It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw in the convict's last will and testament.
Yes, sir, my lord. As the warder responsible for the condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail.
I only found out about the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that he left in his cell. A kimono, I think it is called.
In his kimono? That's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all of his clothes. It can't be true.
Well, you're not satisfied calling me a liar the once, say, you wee waffinger.
There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it?
I like that he's already shaking himself in preparation for what he thinks he's gonna do.
Or were you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared?
Little and large. What a double act.
We complied with Asogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen.
And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely.
Aye, and you cannot deny the handwriting set of your old man, eh?
Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really?
And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. I wonder how close we are to finishing this. It doesn't feel like we're getting that close yet. So would that mean that you converse with Mr. Asogi? Yes, certainly. Though there were precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike me as a man capable of mass murder.
Yet he confessed in full to the crimes.
I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. Interesting way to word it. Very dramatic. But he was so tranquil and intelligent. He put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. And what about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes.
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right.
And like the vampire, you didn't tell me. A blatant breach of trust that was.
I could see the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right. So when exactly was the will penned?
That was before the man was remanded in Berkeley, obviously. Yes, at the prosecution's office under supervision of relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family in his homeland.
In that case, why was it found in his cell?
What do you mean by that?
Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely. It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in a convict cell.
Oh, well,
The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor?
a present governor can't be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office.
In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter.
I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time.
Uh-huh. Okay. The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery, then. Well, the thing about that will...
Hold it!
It was the governor who ordered a search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right? Yes, and when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "It cannot have disappeared completely," in my face.
Aye, well, it's down to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should.
think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo. Point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? But it proved impossible to find. That's right. Then, before I knew it, it was in the morning paper. That blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead. Oh, you mean... The article based on Mr. Drebber's experience in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, that was it. The day after I'd read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made. That you'd aided Genshin Asogi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that.
As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else.
I wonder who would win in a fight. Susato or Kaiden? They both seem like they'd be a good match for each other.
Hold it!
And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak?
Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office.
What name was on it?
I didn't ken before and I didn't ken now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fella's cell.
Document. Was that the wording? Document, not will?
Aye, that's what it said.
Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asogi's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after. Maybe they swapped the two. Cover the tracks.
Continue with your testimony then, witness.
Hold it!
In Mr. Asogi's kimono.
Aye, the one he brought with him when he was locked up.
Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand.
That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution.
Indeed. He had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. His sword? Karuma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have made a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Vijaynosuke. Respectful silence? You think where we can find the final weapon?
The warders had to carry firearms at all times, and the inmates had shackles around their ankles. He couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing.
Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials? Yeah, because he didn't want to forge another will.
Aye. He had that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you say. Dr. Mikatobu was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
A Suzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt. Where the fuck are they sourcing that in Britain?
I was present when he wrote it. But I'm sorry to say, the letters just look like a squirming mess of jet black earthworms to me.
Excuse me!
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil! Sir, it was Scarlet, sir. What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance? Possibly. Or possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asks Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail.
Permission granted.
Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember it, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken.
Scarlet, you say?
Well, yes. I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But even by the dim light of the cell, I remember thinking that it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black.
Witness, is that really what you saw?
What? Sir, is something wrong, Lord Strongheart? What, with that look on his face? Nah.
I apologize. Continue.
What do you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo? You look stronger to be so visibly shaken in that way.
Oh, didn't ever. You can plainly see the right in here, and it's as black as your hell's waistcoat.
Well, yes, you're right. Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the contents of the document that Mr. Soki was holding that night? Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back. But it was definitely a will, was it? Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Soki told me.
The court need waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. There is nothing more to add.
A will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see Kazuma's father holding, I wonder? If you have an inkling, Mr. Naruhodo, you must present it to the court at once. Where did we see red ink mentioned in the court record? That testimony doesn't give much away. So this will really was penned by Kazuma-sama's father. I wonder what he could possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon. It's starting to sound very much like Mr. Soki actually had nothing. But the plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which means he must have had some bargaining power. Must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense. It's starting to sound like Mr. Soki actually might have had something. Which is it, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all this. Let's listen to all the information again and see what more we can learn. Can't overlook even the smallest detail. Absolutely. Okay. New statement, obviously, about the scarlet ink. Or is it in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken. Okay. What do we know that was in scarlet? There was something that was mentioned scarlet. I don't remember what it was, though. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document corresponding ink was found. Oh.
Objection!
There it is. Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What?
Help us again. You have no evidence to say that.
Have a look at this report.
That's my brother's autopsy report.
Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink? Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they?
If it is not appreciated,
My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips?
he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, Counsel?
My point is this. Whenever Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand.
What?
I remember something troubled me at the time. That's the scene, as the lid of my brother's ink well was open. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing moments before his death? Then, it was... If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes. Mr. Vigil! Sir! When you spotted Mr. Sogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Alright then, but what's on the paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A last will and testament. Not his, just a will. A last will and testament. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asoki said. You really think... Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks. But why would Clint write a will? He knew he was going to die?
This is madness. My brother's last will and testament? That would mean that he had chosen to die.
That is what it would mean, yes. Maybe he'd just be really careful, you know? Always a good idea to have a will in hand, you never know.
No, impossible. That is utterly out of the question.
Lord Van Zieks.
Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught.
Alright, and before the real professor was Clint this whole time.
The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it is obscene.
Objection!
And yet we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers to be to enact that errant jailbreak part. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy? No, it couldn't be.
I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
No, my lord. That's unacceptable. What did you say, Counsel?
The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zieks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion.
With no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there's no line of reasoning to pursue.
A reason why Lord Clint Van Zieks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous.
Mr. Naruhodo, however difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken.
Mrs. Sato.
So hold your head high and keep soldiering on.
Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate escape from prison. In all probability, the details of the will were related to the Professor case.
The defense's last statement is mere conjecture.
What are you getting at, man?
Inosuke?
As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks was in fact... I think it's a confession. Clint was the real professor. And they didn't want that to get out. It would have caused a huge scandal amongst the aristocracy. It has to be a confession. Please be right.
You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo.
I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor. And his true identity.
Objection!
Enough. Counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor? That would mean...
Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in, but it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago, and became known as the Professor, a man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy, wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact a man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself. But he can't have the aristocracy being the murderer now, can you? That would look bad. So what do? You pin it on the foreign guy.
It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box.
And now his family will be ruined.
My brother.
Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zieks.
I wonder though, did he never suspect?
Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Baroque Van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Maybe he just didn't want to accept it.
Order! Order! Order in court!
Lord Van Zieks. The Professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? What kind of dog might it have been? I know of some breeds, ones that start with B, perhaps. Yes, he did. Belmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this.
When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds beneath the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. A jewel-studded collar? That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house of one night. Jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B. What? An emblem bearing the initial B? Oh my, so you know it? It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. Baskerville, you say? What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom, which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then. The collar you've described was Balmung's. The insignia of Lord Clint Van Ziek's widow. There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. But how did he get that will? Did he, like, steal it? I feel like that's not really going to help his case if he were alive to tell it. Maybe Clint gave it to him? I mean, I guess that would make sense. Because they were, I think they were friends, right? Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart?
10 years have passed. And still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That through his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then, you may have the truth.
Time for Strongheart explains it all.
Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself.
Clint. So I mean, I guess Strongheart is technically guilty here, but not for the reasons we might have thought.
The 19th century was truly a miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant even deeper shadows were cast on society. Waters sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, going daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually, he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese.
Once again, what do you mean?
10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital.
Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using the noble status as a diversion, whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes.
Do you have evidence?
Nothing definitive as of yet.
But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So the large family estate has a fierce giant guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zieks perished.
I don't believe this. So in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did... He made the late Lord Van Zieks meet the same fate. Put a permanent end to the professor killings. By taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. So he did kill him. So his father was a murderer. Technically. Just not the professor.
As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened.
And what about the will?
Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end.
So you're admitting to it, that you are behind it all? It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father.
I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse.
Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence.
I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally.
Gregson?
Obviously, he had opposed me at first. Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zieks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage, for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, Detective? Blimey.
So there's that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken. That was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help? Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But it sounds like he, unless he's just lying about that now, but it sounds like he actually killed Clint. So he was responsible for at least one murder. He wasn't the professor, but he decided to be a hero and a vigilante and go and kill the guy. I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhanded dealings. Unless this really is a lie.
It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness.
What weakness?
Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi.
Me?
Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi.
What?
Though I heard you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel. Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court, we'll have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows.
Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing the truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden.
Yes, it hasn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand? So, what's it to be, Asogi?
Kazuma. He did it for me.
And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order. At any cost.
Objection!
And now the guy who can't handle the truth is playing judge. I've never dared to let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Emil Strongheart?
A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Baroque Van Zeeks? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should be turned to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you?
What brazen...
I knew that you'd play the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel.
An angel with bloody hands? I think not.
Those who had cooperated with me already were one too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became.
But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan.
That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Dr. Scythe?
So what with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper at the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything.
The perfect maelstrom of events. God damn it. Now his name makes perfect sense.
My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire Empire. There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further.
And before he has like some assassin waiting outside the doors to just kill every single person in here so that the truth can never get out.
Now, I would like to entreat all those present, beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this.
Yeah, which is why you're gonna kill every single person here, right?
I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country.
Can he do this? Can the trial really end just now? I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zieks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yeah, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Yeah, perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. Wait, so you admitted to being the Reaper, you guys going off scot-free? Well, I mean, on one hand, yes. On the other hand, he did, you know, uphold the peace. Those people were all rotten to the core anyway. They deserved it, right? So it's fine. Guy's in charge of the law anyways. I mean, you know, is he really breaking the law if he's the one making it? And upholding it? And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil.
And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign.
During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect. Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once, really. Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now.
Do you have any evidence to support that idea?
The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor.
That will do. Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Asoki still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion.
But
there are only two excellent pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asoki, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate.
oh, that I actually was not expecting. Is he actually gonna do that?
That is all. Court is adjourned.
Huh.
Objection!
I have a hard time believing he's gonna do that. Thank you, Kazuma. Me. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery.
What discovery?
My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues.
I beg your pardon?
As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction.
What contradiction?
But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Van Zeek's recollection about his brother. But Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction?
One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. I think I picked up on it too. Where was Strongheart's comment when he was talking about the will? Well, we got Ring to act as incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. 3-page. Just double checking something here. But I only see 2 pages. It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Ryunosuke. Think back over his words. Find the problem.
Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Asuki still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asuki, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man.
Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain?
Explain what, Counsel?
Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have.
Inconsistent?
And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation.
Ryunosuke, what?
Let me warn you about the statements you are making, Counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contain a contradiction? With which piece of evidence, I ask you?
Take that!
This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The 2-page will.
What?
Yeah, moments ago, your precise words were the 3-page last will and testament. Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page?
For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile. But it's a mere trifle, I see.
A trifle?
Governor Kaden. What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament? I was there for sure. I remember the black wearing them like scrolls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time.
What?
Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd page was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. And we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the 3rd page ought to now be sent.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me.
The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Counsel. As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me here now.
My father's message.
It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings.
It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asogi's last words to his son, to be read out loud before the court now.
Your request is denied. The inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence now.
The prosecution agrees. The court should know the contents of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined.
Very well. Governor Kaiden, you will read the third page of the document for all present to hear.
Wasn't the other two in Japanese? How's he gonna read this? I thought he wrote his will in Japanese.
Yes, sir. Only I should point out to my lord that I cannot actually read the random language.
This beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. Oh, it's him.
If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words in English for the court.
Father.
You're still here, are you, Miss Dr. Mikotoba? Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, that being a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Katsuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. A darkness that only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. Well, that's the end of the message, it would seem.
A haiku poem? Twist thy head. Father.
What is Karuma?
The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson.
All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible to the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zeeks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
Tell you, I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever.
Lord Strongheart, you appear to be something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you say time and time again during these proceedings that everything you did was the interest of protecting British law and order.
And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Objection!
What about Inspector Gregson then? And Dr. Wilson? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that.
Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it you're hiding? Dr. Mikotoba, will you not quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. What?
See, he can do that because he's the judge. And also the Ministry of Justice. Look, I wish I could examine the sword, but I don't think it would do anything right this second. I think we have to wait until it can give us the prompt. They haven't realized the puzzle yet. We have, they haven't. This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo. Present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But, can I? Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present.
What? Don't be absurd. There is nothing of relevance remaining from the talk.
Objection!
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour. That had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense. What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? I dare say, the final, decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. Can you?
Decisive? Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive?
Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck, that's the trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, if I may make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh. I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago. And as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced like Kasida, I believe. Kasida? So Mr. Asoki's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt? You don't think? Look what's inside it. Is that a tightly round sheet of parchment? Scarlet ink. It's written in scarlet ink. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end. Clint Van Zeeks. And the date. 10 years ago on that fateful night. So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Karuma and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks has been hidden inside a great sword Karuma for years. Trump card left behind by Genshin Asogi. Oh, we can't even inspect it. Don't want to ruin the surprise here or anything.
Take that!
There's a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it has escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago.
That's right, it was. Only... I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. He really needs to work on his smug face. Like, he's just too serious. Gotta lighten up. This is where you're supposed to smile and be like, ah, look at me, I got the evidence. I'll be all Mr. Frowny Pants.
Impossible. That can't be.
Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery.
My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Kadama? An ultimate weapon Genshin Asoki obtained in his lane undisturbed in the hilt of the sword all these years. Just waiting for the right time to emerge. And reveal the truth. Signature and seal certainly look official. My god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake.
I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it.
Objection.
You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything.
That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once.
Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page?
What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection.
I don't think anyone's gonna listen to you, man. I mean, we got people over here putting their feet on the witness stand, drinking wine. You had no authority here from the moment you stepped foot in that chair. Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice.
I beg your pardon.
Forcibly ending a trial without good reason? And not any trial. A closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. Hey, Lamprette. Welcome. Yeah, we're pretty much what I can only imagine is like the finale of this game right now. I want to say like maybe 20 minutes left, if that, given how these endings usually go in this series. To defy the monarch's will is treason. You wouldn't want to be held for treason now, would you? I think we should definitely read that will out. Even the game didn't want me to read it out yet, so it must be important. I couldn't click on it, I couldn't examine it.
Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't quite going as you'd hoped. You fools!
Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives it full support. It is kind of short for a chapter 5. I think the only reason it feels short is because chapter 4 exists. And chapter 4 and 5 pretty much are the same chapter. I feel like in any other Phoenix Wright game, Case 4 and Case 5, those would have just been all Case 5. But in this game, they decided to split it up, which makes Case 4 really awkward because pretty much nothing happens in Case 4. Or like, nothing of significance happens. It's just set up for Case 5. Very well, then.
No. For God's sake! No!
This is amazing. Now we're gonna read it, I'm sorry to say. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m., and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Zieks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zieks Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not hear discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests,
abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I'm a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I've done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light. Be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night, I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow.
He really didn't want to hear that, did he?
So how many people did Strongheart extort to keep this hidden? I mean, we had Gregson, we had Wilson, we had Sholmes even was part of this. Because he was the one covering up the story. He didn't want that story being published. So now we know, yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Mael Strongheart. It was you.
Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court had just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature, and the countless lives you've sacrificed up until now.
Well, I mean, he's not necessarily wrong. This man is justice in the country. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to cause a bit of a problem here. Although it's probably a good thing to rip off that Band-Aid. He wasn't lying. It just didn't make sense to me. That's the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zieks, to take him down.
It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots. The Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire.
By murdering the man?
The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection!
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now too? Jones isn't technically part. Yeah, but he was the one that was like, no, you can't publish the story. Are we sure he wasn't being, you know, possibly blackmailed by Strongheart as well? Because that was like the whole thing in 1-5 was like, no, you can't publish the story. It's forbidden. I forbade you. And he wouldn't explain why at all. And he still hasn't really explained why. But now it makes sense. Because he investigated that case. It'll be explained later. Alright.
Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate.
Wait. I just had a thought. You know what other mystery hasn't been solved yet? A certain girl's parents. You don't think They were also victims, were they?
And fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed.
I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him.
No, it wasn't me who took your father's life.
Then who?
On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku.
Shigoku?
There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Soki's treatment after his reparation. Jigoku had a fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the possibility of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Sashiro, you fool! As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go according to plan. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own idea about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see.
Enoch Drebber.
Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries. That grave on it that particular night. Blast. If people find out that the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asogi at once. He can't live now this has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished. Forever. Come on, Jigoku. Do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot!
Why not shoot the grave robber? Why shoot him? Wait, if they're both there, why not shoot the reporter guy who was like discovering it? I mean, that would also prevent it from getting out, right? And then it's a win-win. You don't shoot the Japanese men you promised would get to go back to Japan. You don't piss off and disappoint the Japanese men that you're ordering to shoot someone. But you still keep the secret. I don't know, it just seems like the better option to me.
Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber is so close, the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he just emerged.
Yeah, that's basically why I can chalk it up to. He's just dumb. Dumb decision. Or you know what? Nah, I think he was deliberate. Given some of his other lines that he's said earlier in his case, nah, you know what? He knew it was a deliberate choice. He had two options. He knew either one would have prevented the secret from getting out. He knew what he was doing, choosing the Japanese guy.
When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. With that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse.
Okay, maybe if he had a feeling that there was more than one witness, I could kind of understand the argument of shooting Asogi over the guy with that was looking at his grave. Because if you shoot him, doesn't matter how many witnesses you see, they're just like, what the fuck? And then they just go about their day because no one's going to believe that a guy got up out of the grave and then just exploded in blood and then fell back into the grave. But you shoot one witness, something's going on. So, alright. Still kind of weird though.
So, now you know what really happened in Logate Cemetery that night. was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance who killed Asoki in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger.
Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request.
So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard?
At that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that.
Oh, do you sleep at night?
These past 10 years I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. But I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reigns supreme.
Objection!
That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all.
How dare you! I saved Clint Van Zieks from dishonor in his death.
Objection!
Plus, behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then you made my father take the blame.
It was unavoidable. It's the only way to protect our justice system and public order.
Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as a reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more.
That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a reaper. Can't you see all I've done for the country? This has been my struggle.
Objection!
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zieks who worked tirelessly and justly in court, whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name.
Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asoki, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you.
You little... When will you get it through your thick skulls?
That it was all for Queen and country? I'm tired of hearing that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more.
People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. That's a strong line. I'm like half waiting for him to just start ripping apart the judge's bench. Like, I don't know, just taking the torches and tossing them into the floor. The Von Karma clapping. Oh no, it wasn't Von Karma, it was the chief of police that did the clapping. Von Karma didn't do that. That was 1-5.
Well, well, well. Dear me, my good fellows. Dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance.
What are you talking about?
Those delightfully grave expressions that beautifully pronounce Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness.
You fraud. Keep your mockery.
Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you've both said.
What are you trying to say?
I have accompanied the darker recesses of London's underworld and... how did you put it? Done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes. I really have done nothing. Which means... I can be indicted for nothing. No?
What?
It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed.
Objection!
You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses.
And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of those darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murder of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself, that evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak, that the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector, and finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself.
It would definitely throw the law into upheaval, yeah.
If the great public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without a doubt.
The order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century.
Precisely, as it was 100 years ago when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think of what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue the protected new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all we expected of this trial. All the other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interests of preserving law and order. And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies, and gentlemen, what say you?
I don't think they're sure what they want to say. God, this is better than Damon Grant. Man, Damon Grant was one thing, but like, holy shit. This is him cranked up to like 1,000. I feel like his motives are even better. Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary.
For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the records shall be erased.
You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. You've conclusively proven his guilt, yet still he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Dunovsky. Well, looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left to open to me. What evidence could we present in this situation? Like, okay, we raise an objection, and then what happens? We present evidence anyways? What would we possibly present at this point? There is nothing left to present. Unless it's this. We haven't used this again. Shom said to keep it in mind. Is that what we need to present? Or is that under raising an objection? I think we have to use it. It doesn't say present evidence, it says use evidence.
There's a difference. Yes, as I know only too well. The only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence.
But Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial?
I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now.
Take that!
Oh my, yes, Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier.
You've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I have no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you?
Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave.
Alright, here goes.
Only once though.
Ow, 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 ow! My dear fellows, must I remind you every time a gentle tug will suffice? Mr. Sholmes, you're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo, because I'm over here. Is he already here?
Mr. Naruhodo, he's...
What? What do you mean he has holograms?
It's Mr. Sholmes.
What in the absolute fuck is this? I was expecting you back, Sholmes. Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart. What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put that man in irons! This is a closed court! You've been warned once already, man! How in the fuck? They don't even have this tech in, like, modern Ace Attorney. What do you mean he's got holograms? What the? We can't get hold of him, my lord! We just go walk through him! I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow, an image, if you will. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Well, yes, I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo.
Sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmit instantly to another place.
Quite. Sounds are transmitted. So, could not images keep them company, I mused? Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day.
Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes? What a modest description.
And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes? Well, now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival.
Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner.
Leave my courtroom at once! Get out, or I swear to you! Dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? Well, not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace. What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace?
What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. Sato? I've never heard of it. Do you even read the news, Mr. Naruhodo?
Mr. Sholmes, is Iris with you there? Ah, well now. Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Her Majesty? Well, not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty the Queen of the British Empire. What? What? What on earth is this all about?
Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo.
Order! Order in court! I demand immediate silence! Her Majesty the Queen, you can't be... I mean... No! This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective. That's all.
Unforgivably distasteful trickery. What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presumed that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So, I decided to show her everything, from start to finish.
You showed her? Has the rabbit been running this whole time as like a eavesdropping on the whole court proceedings?
Indeed. By dint of the Herlock Sholmes remote cinematograph.
You... meddling...
This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention, no doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there would be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. You... I confess I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years.
No, I was merely...
So sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty.
A message?
Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to Mael Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all.
This scene is something else. Mael Strongheart, the darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal.
Adjourned! Adjourned! Adjourned!
Nah. I don't think you can do that anymore. You don't have the power to do that anymore. Oh my god! Uh-oh. He's like super ultra mega guilty. Ooh. Someone want to get a firefighter, maybe? Oh god! Oh my god! Man's getting burned alive. That was the last thing I expected. I had no idea what his breakdown was going to be. I was not expecting that.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Azogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched the cell, but it wasn't there.
Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume.
What do you mean?
The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Soki's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. Whenever it crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt.
What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me.
I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry?
How can that be?
There is more to his last will and testament.
What?
Yo, page 2. As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Barak, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Soki is a fine detective, and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks.
Clint.
Alright, calling it now. Clint is Iris's uncle. Or sorry, Barak is Iris's uncle. Making Clint her father. Now, Strongheart, you colluded with Seshiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later?
To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I'd like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe. Like a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, one that always runs 3 hours late, right?
And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed. Did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as? You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend? My lord. As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted out justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
On behalf of everyone here at present at the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks.
You're too kind, my lord. It's the first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now. I had the faintest intimations that the British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to no change. As this might just be the man to do it. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent. Oh, Lord Van Seeks. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. Well, the truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend Kazuma Asogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Mr. Sato, who helped me to study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is the guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, darkness takes hold. And from there it grows, until eventually, it makes us blind to the guiding light of truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. The man apologizing for his racism in the 1900s is the most fictional thing here. I don't know about that. Not everyone was literally a racist back then. Normal, sane people existed too. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would not have been unable to act. Well, thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting British justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere.
Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end.
My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord.
I'm quite sure that we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Baroque Van Zeeks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Baroque Van Zeeks.
Finally. No, don't set up more fireworks. We just had a fire. They're gonna make it worse.
That is all. Court is adjourned.
Somewhere sexist. God damn it. Kind of walked into that one. it really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much?
Mr. Naruhodo, I really must congratulate you. It was a truly, truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you.
Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side, though, through it all, Mr. Sato.
Your kind words mean so much to me.
Really was a very splendid show, that, Miss Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd been smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum.
Well, of course I'm delayed about the verdict, but exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing.
Oh, well in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zeek's smiling face, everything will seem much better.
Smiling face, yeah, right. Mr. Sato, everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder.
Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed.
Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Almost a year ago it's been now, since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh. Well, thank you.
What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here.
Kazuma. Nope. Wrong again. Mr. Sato. There's another face like thunder here.
Oh my, and he really was here.
Lord Van Zeeks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me? Or curse me? You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That's it. I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. But that at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear.
Kazuma-sama.
Both look ready to smack you. Must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint Van Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father. Isogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I vest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks. What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean?
I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that.
What? Father?
It was 10 years ago, you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why don't you put up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agreed to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition the government.
We've been through this already. You needn't worry about me. Anyway, Eugene, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of a great importance.
You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done.
I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret, and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry hiding there.
Lady of the Gentry?
She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'm sure you'd attend to her. I'd like you to attend to her. Please. You're her only hope.
By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin?
Don't be daft. It is a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew, as his dying wish.
My goodness.
I swore to the man that I would help, that I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on.
What'd you say? If
Something should happen to you?
tomorrow night you're going to be...
You never know though, do you? What life will bring.
Alright then, tell me the address. I'll head there at once, with Seishiro and... No,
Not with him.
pardon?
This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Eugene.
Right, I see. Very well then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house. In the middle of nowhere, it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. The poor woman was on the floor in the back of a darkened room. She's in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, something of a daze, I looked around the room. There's precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years. Made of top quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville.
Baskerville?
You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint von Zeeks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter.
But that makes no sense. Why on earth would the Clint have entrusted the child in my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter.
I suppose he didn't really have any choice.
What?
Well, your brother said that he'd confessed everything to his wife. So she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer.
So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zeeks family as much as possible. I don't believe it.
imagine at his final hour, Lord Clint Von Zieks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. And without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me.
Oh, awful.
I was completely at a loss. In the end, I'd asked my great friend. I asked him if he'd be a father to her.
That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume.
Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot.
Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold.
Really, all that can be said is that I did for the child was to give her a name.
Oh?
When I come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl.
Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba, in other words.
The name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba.
Oh. That's right. Ayame. Or in English, Iris.
Iris.
I had no idea.
Ow!
Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong?
This little thing just pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket. Hard. My dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ouch! Yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you.
Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius.
Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. When it become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Injustice would require such measures... Lord Chief Injustice. That's great.
You know, Susie.
Oh, Iris.
Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious.
Oh, I'm sure she did. Well, after all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris.
Let's have a party to celebrate. And, Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too.
But, I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again. And his niece, no less.
Oh, no, really? Oh, pooh.
But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude.
Oh, how lovely. You've promised now. I won't let you forget it. Bye for now, then.
Alright, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier.
Oh, that was nothing. You just come back home soon.
So are we gonna get like 2 times in the series now where he's like, no, we can't reveal your parents to the kid? That would just be wrong. You know, Apollo and his like secret sister, and now Iris and like the fact that his secret uncle, dead parents. One final pinch goodbye, was it? No, heaven forbid Iris knows who her family is, despite her asking and begging about it before. Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Wait, Lord Van Zieks. Yes? What are you intending to do now?
Oh, well, clearly I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office.
Oh no.
I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zieks family will be ostracized completely from London society.
Surely not.
So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital.
Oh, I see.
Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and have been cast as one of the Dark Forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here, I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Yeah, you two lovebirds go make out somewhere else. You don't want to attend a tea party.
Kazuma Asogi.
Seems as though he's really matured suddenly. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner.
We must.
It was then that I came to an important decision about my future.
We ain't done yet.
I'm home.
Ah! About time you got here. We've been waiting ages, Otto.
What are you doing with that colorful piece of history?
It's a party, innit? It's gotta go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks ideally. Boy, you ain't got fire. Smoke's the next best thing, ain't it?
There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think.
What? I remember that.
You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak.
I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba.
Ah, the world-famous great detective regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold.
Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin?
Yes. I would believe it, yes.
I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise.
I wonder why that is, huh? Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes?
What? You were? Then why the deuce did you say so before?
Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikotoba. Finally back from the Bailey.
And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Miss Susato awaits.
I must say I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time.
Ah, Rito, there you are. Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to fill me boots.
Yeah, don't open the table. That's a bad idea. Just keep that in mind.
Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Nope. I'm losing my compass clapper and going back to what I know best. It's a diver dive for me. You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. But anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept the diver turned dick, is he? Well, people can change, you know.
Ah, yes. That reminds me. I I've rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence.
It's the inspector's pocket watch.
The crown has been reattached.
That watch is his pride and joy. Some of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career.
But now, it stopped.
Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again.
Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. Well, it's gotta be me. There ain't no one else. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, it was my boss. Yes, Genie. Yes, he was. Oh yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man.
Oh,
Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it. But I swear, I'll find your dad and bring him kicking and screaming.
yeah, good luck with that. That'd be very impressive if she managed that somehow.
I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate.
Yeah, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well...
I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Genie.
Iris?
Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble finding out for so many people. Hurley, Bruno, Professor Mickey.
Oh, no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe me no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it. Because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree, Hurley?
With every word, Iris.
Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy.
I think we could tell that.
Yes, Sholmes?
I think I ought to express my gratitude to you.
Oh?
For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude from them all, and I should never have experienced it. Were it not for you.
You old softy, Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it.
Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say?
Oh, well, the food would go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley.
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris?
Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. But I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Oh, Professor.
Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Sasato's room.
Yes, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. There's something about an important matter she needed to take care of.
Ah, I see. I want to thank you for what you did earlier.
Oh?
With Iris, I mean, when the subject of her father came up.
With Clint Von Seeks.
Made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what we agreed with Genshin, after all.
Lord Clint Von Zeke's final wishes before he died, you mean?
Yes. I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know? Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example.
That's why?
When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. He'd stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. Description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt.
Baskerville. There ain't no way she didn't figure out, or over here she's at peace on right. Yeah, I feel like she does know, because, like, I mean, consider all the eavesdropping she did, like, even just in the last case. She's not stupid in the slightest. There's no way she doesn't know at this point. Or if she doesn't, then she's gonna find out real soon. I mean, she probably knows right now. If she didn't know before, she probably knows now. She's probably listening in on this conversation as we speak.
We'd agreed to investigate that insignia. Sooner or later, you have made the connection to Von Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Sato knew of the unpublished story as well. A story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time.
Ah yeah, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Exactly. It's a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. Dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once.
I guess publishing a story like that might have caused some issues, you know. Getting the Baskerville name out there, even if it is a work of fiction, being based on reality, yeah, it might be a little too close to home for some people.
All in aid of hailing any investigations you and she might have been contemplating.
I see. There's something I've never understood, is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris's The Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean.
Shom sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course.
Ah.
It's the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping.
So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father?
That's right. Because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted.
Oh?
I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it'll be for the best.
I think so too. Yeah, you know, unlike Apollo and Trucy, they'll never get to know. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too.
Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you?
Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan.
You're quite sure?
I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have any right to stay, I think.
I see.
Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client. And I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself.
The path of a defense lawyer, eh?
Yes, that's what I am now. That's why I'll be going back to with you Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life.
Well, sounds like you've made quite a resolution there.
I have.
Very well then. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow. But I don't imagine we'll depart art for a few days.
Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame.
Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night.
Oh. She was listening. Yeah, how does it feel now, huh? Sato-san.
I just wanted to let you know I'm back.
Nah, she was totally listening. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing?
I'm sorry. I did, yes. I couldn't help but...
Oh. How much did you hear?
Well... from the part about Iris's real father, I think.
In other words, from the beginning.
So you've made up your mind. I'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer.
Yes. I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out.
Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that's what you decided, Naruhodo-san.
You did? Sato-san.
Yes?
I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon.
I suppose.
You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly from having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side.
I'll do my very best.
Wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant.
It's going late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today.
Oh, yes, you're right.
Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or locum should be ashamed of themselves.
Susato-san. Thank you. Can't believe this day's finally come.
You're really leaving then, Runo?
I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea.
Oh, I wish you weren't going. But we have to come back and visit. Say you will.
Of course. I promise.
Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while at least, it felt like old times.
Yes, I suppose on reflection. But there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while.
I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think.
Alright, Iris. You do that. So when's the, like, Ace Attorney investigations with Sherlock and Mikotova coming out, huh?
Susato-san.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke,
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
He said
I'm
he was a
going to
defense
become a
lawyer.
prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me, the demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
What?
Not changing your mind, are you?
I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Oh, that's why she went out.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Ah! What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
Pretty sure it's also on the ship.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your
Oh, they
fine
say about being
judicial
incompetent.
assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
You know what's not on board the ship?
Bruno, your ship's about to leave.
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
Oh, you're gonna have a fucking duel ships leaving, man. You gotta get on boat. What time are we having a duel at dawn?
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes, we'd welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
What's the range on his
And that
hologram
brings us to the end of my
trans-
adventures in Great Britain.
communicator. Let's keep that with you.
A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes' face was alight with joy.
The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
Oh, she's putting herself in the stories now?
I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
Until we meet again, Bruno.
Well, there we go. The final case of the final game. It's over. It's done. What a great ending that was. Worthy of the 2-game setup that it required to get to that point. I quite enjoyed it. Well, now I'm not even sure what game I'm hoping they're making next. Like, either a game follow-up of Spirit of Justice, maybe a follow-up to this even is possible now. Takes place in Japan. I mean, that seems like the no-brainer way to go here, is to do one where Sholmes and Iris come to Japan. I mean, hell, you could even do like a game like Investigations, but it's with like Sholmes and Iris in London. Maybe they can help out Kazuma as a prosecutor or something. That would be kind of cool, because the gameplay of the Investigation is probably my favorite. I kind of actually wish they would use that in the main series to some extent. I don't know, that'd probably be a big departure, but it would certainly be a step up and perfect for like a fancy, you know, modern consoles and not little handhelds like they've had to up this point. It was like a full 3D adventure. I don't know, maybe that'd just be too much. Maybe it'd be excessive. But I think it would work out. I don't know if there's any like official canon for any of these other characters and how they fit in with the rest of the thing. Because like we know Naruhodo is like Phoenix's ancestor. That was always official. I don't know if Kazuma was meant to be Edgeworth. I can almost see Von Zieks being like the Karmas somehow in the future. But I also don't know how those characters work exactly in the original Japanese, because I mean, obviously they got changed drastically for English. It's a wonder that this didn't need that much change to work. I guess it's just set so far in the past that it doesn't really matter. But no, this one was really great. A really awesome ending. I'm actually shocked, but every question was answered. The only thing that wasn't like directly brought attention to, but was the whole jury thing, because they kept bringing up in other cases like, wow, it's weird that we keep getting like the same 3 people in the jury over and over again. But I think it makes sense now. I don't think you need to address that directly, because after everything we've seen Strongheart do and everything he was involved in, it's easy to imagine that was all his doing, and he was probably the one making that jury happen that way, trying to like manipulate the cases to some extent in his favor. I'm actually really shocked that they just decided to kill off Gregson, though. That was not something I expected between, like, Case 4 and 5. That'd be like killing off Gumshoe. See, it means if we get a third game, it means we can see this guy again. Wait, who the fuck is that? I don't remember her. Was she in one of the witnesses? Oh, it's right. I think I do remember her, actually. I like how his first reaction is like, what is a woman doing in court? Man, I want a game set in Japan just so we can have this guy become like the main detective. We barely get to see him. He's got like no character development. He has potential. I want to see him. Oh gosh, you gonna get into sushi making? I can only imagine that if like her mom gets executed or something, she's gonna be there like jumping for joy, waiting to like just tear her body apart for fun. I do like the idea though of having like a coroner be more involved in like as the main cast though. I think that could be interesting. That's the first time we actually seen like a coroner as a character, I believe. I mean, if we had a game set in Japan though, I'm not really sure how that would work. It'd be someone new, but I'd be down to see more of her. Yeah, I don't know, going into these games I was like, I don't know, part of me wasn't really sure because it was like, man, it's not Phoenix, it's not like Apollo. We're going to the past. But no, it worked out really well. Even Sholmes I wasn't sure of at first, but it kind of grew on me. And I kind of wanted, we get a third game of this. Like, who knows what they're cooking up for the next Ace Attorney, if anything. I can't imagine what they would decide to do because like now that everything is here, if they're making another one, they could really go off of any of these they want. We get another duology of like Inosuke in Japan, maybe. You can see whatever happened after Apollo decided to stay in Korean. I'm probably just gonna come back. Let's be real here. They're not gonna leave him there for long, unless they want to do another split game thing, which I guess they could. Maybe they'll do another spin-off. We'll get to see more of. I mean, I would be down for more Edgeworth specifically, but I guess if it took place in like the modern day of the timeline, it probably might be a little past his time. I don't know who else you'd use though besides Edgeworth. Oh, Blackwell maybe? That'd be kind of weird, but I could kind of see it working maybe. Blackwell and fuck, what's her face? The other detective that was like through all the games. I forgot her name entirely, but that'd be a weird combination, but I could kind of see it working. I mean, it definitely makes sense that he's like Edgeworth's ancestor, given the analogs to his outfit. It's kind of like the reverse of his outfit, a little bit. Like the stripes on his side are like almost exactly the same color as Edgeworth's suit. Now, that all said, we aren't technically done this game just yet. There is a little bit more, and we will do that next week. Next week will be the true finale of the series. We got some bonus features, little mini-sodes, probably nothing too crazy. It's probably just a couple scenes of dialogue, I think is what I understand they are. So I don't think it would take very long. So next week will likely also be the start of the next game, which, you know, Shu Takumi's directed a lot of games, and we've played quite a few of them. But there's another game that he was in charge of that we haven't really touched or even discussed. I think deserves its own attention. And I think we will give that a shot. Probably next week, most likely. Assuming it doesn't take too long to get through the rest of this. And yes, the tier list will also be involved next week as well. Can't really make a proper tier list though until we finish the games after all. So there's no point revealing it now. We're not done yet. We still have like 8 more entries into that list. Even if they are small ones, they're still worth it. Look, if I had a way of properly recording the extra scenes and stuff from the crossover, I would have put those on the tier list too. But unfortunately, that wasn't was possible. So is she just like actually a defense lawyer now? I mean, is that possible? Could she end up like changing my? I don't want to be your assistant anymore. I'm going to do my own defense. I mean, why not? There's a lot of potential for like a sequel here with follow-up in Japan. I feel like the Japanese stuff is just completely untouched. Like they did all this stuff to build it up. I thought we were going to get more. I expected there to be more of like a split between Japan and England in the second half. I don't know where I got that notion from, but I thought that was going to be the case. So, I mean, hopefully if there was ever a Great Ace Attorney 3, that's what we get. I really like how they do the credits with this one. I kind of wish the other ones were like this. Like the other, like this was 2021, so it came out at least before the Apollo Justice trilogy, I believe. I think they did the original trilogy, then they made this, and then they did Apollo Justice, and then Investigations after that. But I like this credit style. I kind of wish they reused it for the other games, unless this is just how it was on 3DS. In that case, it makes sense to replicate it here as well. But if this is exclusive to the collection, then it's kind of a shame they didn't use it for some of the other collections. I'm just like mostly curious like how they're going to do the series now, because it's already like the quality of this game for a 3DS title is really impressive. I feel like they're like one step away from just going full on voice acting. Maybe they wouldn't. There is a lot of dialogue, but I could almost see another Ace Attorney having even more voice acting than any of the previous ones. And like this one also introduced like having full characters in the areas, like not just the headshots for talking, like having multiple characters on screen at once, different parts of the background. I'm expecting though like the next game to be like full actual 3D. I could see them bringing back not only like some aspect of the like the face-off with Sholmes, like where you could like investigate things in full 3D on the spot, but also maybe the kind of investigations they did in Ace Attorney 5, which I was really surprised were not in Spirit of Justice, because that was a great way to handle that. It's just, you know, Ace Attorney 5 is Ace Attorney 5. I kind of almost upset that Jigoku ended up being one of the villains, because I really liked him as a judge, and especially if there was like going to be a Game 3 and we go back to Japan, means we're probably not going to get to see him. They're going to have to make a new judge. Part of me's like expecting Phoenix to show up here or something. Or just like be at the end of all this looking back. Doubt it though. And that's it. No more Phoenix Wright games. Everyone can go home. Come back in like 10 years when they finally make another one. Actually, no, you know what they're going to make next? They're going to like tease an announcement for a new Phoenix Wright, and it's just going to end up being like a remaster of Versus. That's what I'm afraid of. Because like, that's the only one left. So that means there's now a 50-50 chance of any Phoenix Wright related announcements being a new game or that. You know, at least before we had like several games that weren't translated before. We had the Investigations, we had this. But now it's like, yeah, we could just get Versus, which would be fine, except I already played it recently. Wish it came out earlier if that was the case. But yeah, we have, where's the special contents? There's all this. Somewhere in here. The escapades that we'll still have to do. We will do those next time, because there's a lot of those. They show them all here? Yeah, there's 8 of these that we can do. I don't know if these were even, like, unlocked all at once or something. In hindsight, I probably could have done these as we went through them. I think that probably would have been better, because I think they take place at different parts in the story. And I think originally these all released during the time span of the first game, so before the second game came out. So we're going to be going back in time a little bit there. How many of these achievements I end up missing? A lot. Oh, actually, it's just this whole page here. Presenting the armband to Lord Van Zeeks in episode 3. Yeah, see, I never present the badge. I just no bother to do that. For earnestly answering Mr. Sholmes' question about who might have something that belonged to the convict in episode 2 of 2. I guess I was just too good at the game. I like that it's even like a really fancy badge, meaning this is a really rare achievement. Oh yeah, and this is the one that chat showed me to do. This was like, you have to really go out of your way for this one. Holy shit. That one definitely makes sense to be like that. I'm guessing this is just do all the others? I don't know, maybe that doesn't make much sense. Or is this one? Oh, this is the one for doing all the others. What the hell is this? Sent the armband to Zeeks, having examined Miss Green's bottle before it falls from the table in episode 2. Oh, I didn't do that. Huh. I missed the ladder conversations. There wasn't really many ladders in this game. I'm surprised I missed them. Where were the ladders? Wait, there's a ladder in Sholmes' attic, right? Oh shit, I guess I should have just kept going back there. It's like the damn plant. You have to keep clicking on whenever you get the chance. Playing the game in all outfits. Yeah, I forgot to touch the outfits at all. Okay, well that will be one we'll definitely get. Examine the bed in episode 2 of Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Did I not do that? When would I have needed to do that? Because, like, you know me. Anytime we get to a crime scene, I'm in touching everything. Thoroughly examine the medical report card inside and out in episode 1 of Great Ace Attorney. What? The fuck did I miss on that? That's a really curious one. Read every new idea on Iris' blackboard. I didn't even know it changed, because a couple times I clicked on it, it was the same. So I just assumed it was always the same. Wow, okay. Oh well. Imagine 100%ing any of these Ace Attorney collections. Alright, well, that was that was a worthy end. 7 hours, yeah, you know what, that's about right. 7 hours plus, like, the last stream. I don't know, that felt like a proper episode 5. And if you really want to combine it with episode 4, one could argue it's an extremely long episode 5. One that would rival 1-5. Because that was also super long. I think that one took like, what, 3 parts as well? So yeah, that checks out. Technically longer then, because I think this was 4 streams, but I think I had like 3 really long streams back in game 1. Man, what a journey this was. It's now the second big series that I've played through on this channel. We had Kingdom Hearts, now we have this. And yeah, we got one more game by this guy. I mean, I know he wasn't really involved with 5 and 6 very much. We have one more that we need to play, and that will probably start next week, depending how long it takes to get through the special episodes and the tier list. So stay tuned for that. Otherwise, streams will be, well, currently as the normal is. We've got Minecraft on Thursdays now, and a late stream on Friday, starting at like around 10-ish, 10:30. That's when we'll be playing Banjo-Kazooie. That way we get a nice like full Minecraft stream still. So that's why I decided to switch those days. But yeah, for the next little bit, Monday and Friday is going to be like extra late, which is fine considering the kind of games playing on those days. You can get a lot done in those kind of games compared to something like Minecraft. You know, it's nice to dedicate more time to it. So that's how it's going to be for a bit. All the schedules should be updated and stuff. So, but yeah, otherwise, you know, games will just continue as normal. Otherwise, looking forward to playing something new next week. You know, there's been a lot of Ace Attorney on this channel for the last like 2 years. Yeah, I guess we started this in 2024 now that I think about it. 2 years since we started this. I think that's about the same amount of time as Kingdom Hearts. Maybe a little more. Actually, might be longer. I'd have to look into that. I'm kind of curious now. Which was longer to play? Every Kingdom Hearts game or every Ace Attorney game? It's not like we had to wait for anything to come out for Ace Attorney. Had access to everything. With, thanks to lucky timing of the Investigations announcement. But yeah, I feel like this might have actually been shorter. Now that I think about it. Or no, Kingdom Hearts I think might have been shorter. But some of those games are pretty short. Ace Attorney is just a lot of reading. That's why it's longer. So, yeah, one more Shoot Takumi game to play, and then I've got another series, nowhere near as long as this, I think, but another sort of adventure novel type series that I have not played all the way through, but I am very much looking forward to streaming. I have access to everything, should be able to, assuming my Wii U decides to work. Even Wiimote's been breaking on that thing, so I'm a little scared of it, but that should give you a hint as to what we might be playing. Maybe. Very vague hint. But you know what? The hints are also on the schedule. You can go check that out, the spreadsheet schedule. I like to throw little clues as to what I'm playing in the future. If I feel like I know for sure what I'm playing, I like to throw something up there. So, but yeah, in the meantime, you know, we still have probably one more part of Tevi. So that game is probably also ending kind of soonish. We've got one more mini half stream of this, so we'll probably start the new game next week. Banjo-Kazooie is going to probably still take a few more streams. And then, of course, Minecraft is just never ending, so that'll just be here forever. But thank you for watching tonight. I hope everyone enjoyed this, well, formal finale of Phoenix Wright as a series. We'll do one more bonus episode. But in the meantime, have a good night, everyone. And I will see you next time.